Oh, bloody hell. Okay. There we go. We're cracking, mate. We're cracking.
Wait till you show up so I can get the chat.
Yeah, I've just popped that chat up here.
There he is. He's online.
Oh, live. Yeah, see, Ready Set Drone's gone up. He's got a live once a month now. So today happens to be his once a month. So he gets a heap of views and what have you. Now, this is a good indication because when I look up the top here and say by the end of the show, like I might have 2 or 3, I thought that counted us in that number, but obviously doesn't because we're 2 in here now and it's 0 watching. So
give it a minute to update, but that's a good answer. I didn't know about that.
Yeah. 1 waiting. Oh, it's got 1 waiting there. Why hasn't that gone live? Hello. I got to mute that when it pops up. Come on. Hello. There we go.
That's it. He's there. It's actually quite surprising how delayed it is when it reaches YouTube. And hello, Timeless Truths.
Timeless Truths. How are you, mate? Thanks for popping in again. Fantastic.
And
oh, hang on. Peter Carroll.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Peter Carroll, how are you, my friend?
Yeah, doing good, thanks. Doing good.
Fantastic.
How's everything up in sunny Queensland?
Not so sunny. Not so. I went out yesterday. I caught the train up to the North Coast with my new foster daughter to see her brother, which is the only member of her family she talks to. And, I went with her to train her. She's never been allowed to use the train in her life. So I went with her, and I took the Mavic 2 Zoom on the train, with my box of bits, and all the way to Landsborough, and then by bus to Caloundra. Went down the front, broke out the Mavic 2, had it in the air 2 minutes and 13 seconds, and down the rain came.
Yeah. I was going to go out last night at some point to try and just whip out somewhere to do something, and the thunderstorm came. So I ended up in the pool. I was just having a swim in the rain. Awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a heap of rain. I think it was Wednesday night. I think we had a heap of rain from some left over from some tropical cyclone up north there. Yeah, headed down this way and sort of drenched half the state. Put all the fires out anyway.
Well, yeah, that's what you need, eh?
Yeah.
Thomas O'Sullivan's here. It's going down, brother.
Yeah, hi, Thomas. Hi, Caleb. Hi to Timeless Truths.
Temps are rising.
Possibly rising to 5 degrees.
That is, and it'll probably be sunny as buggery too at 5 degrees. Be a beautiful clear day. That's where I got caught when I first landed at Pearson's there in Toronto, because I'd just come from Saudi Arabia, and it was bloody hot there, and I had my tracky dacks on and all that, and me thongs, but I had a really thin T-shirt on and what have you, and I was smoking cigarettes back then too. So I got off the plane, and I thought I'll go outside for a smoke. Beautiful clear sky, and I walked out. Oh boy, did it hit me! I was wearing my thongs, and a taxi driver was standing there, and I'm having a smoke, and he goes, "You must be from Australia."
Yeah. How'd you guess?
I said, "Yeah, mate." Night train. Night train. How are you?
And Caleb Young, I didn't see you sitting in the dark with a power outage. Oh, that's right. It's Caleb who's good.
The freak storm. We call those freak storms here RE storms.
Next time we go out, Whoop and I drive, how do you feel about a walk home?
Yeah, well, yes. Won't be the first time.
Ari loosens the props on Matt's drone.
What happened? It just fell out of the
sky.
And then you say, "Oh no, I saw a falcon have a go at it." Yeah, it was the bird. Yeah.
My lawnmower guy's due here today sometime, so I might have to disappear for a little while if he turns up.
Oh, that's right. Your window's right there, isn't it?
Yeah. Plus, I have to move the car for him too. So he turns up.
You might hear a bit of heavy machinery in the background here because we've got water flowing down the street. The main outside our house has sprung a leak, and they're out there with the diggers, whatnot. They're about to all dig it out.
How often does that happen in Brisbane? Unbelievable.
Especially with the new rains.
Yeah, man.
That's it, Caleb. It's a pain when you're at the mercy of the batteries. I feel that way every time I fly.
That's one thing I was going to say, Matt. Congratulations on reaching 500 subs.
Shit. Look at that.
500. I never knew there were that deluded people.
That's right.
Yeah. I've got 495 Google accounts, Ari.
Okay.
Yeah.
I actually, now where is it? Oh, don't tell me. Did I close that? Are you kidding me? Oh my God, I did too. I had the bloody channel up. The bloke who got me over 500. I'm going to have to find it again because I said I'd give him a shout out on my show. I should have done it last week, but we were blabbing on about all sorts of stuff, and I actually forgot. So I'm going to find that again, and I will give him a shout out, mate. Shout out. Couldn't be bothered saying my whole words today. I've actually been watching this dude, Michael Jackson's drummer, Jonathan Sugarfoot Moffat. My God, can he play? Anyway, on a related note.
I thought about being a drummer, Matt, but I decided to be a musician instead.
That can be used for bass and drums, that one.
That's right. Look, we all know that drummers and roadies only have the same purpose, which is to take the blame and to be kicked when things don't go right.
That's right. It was the bass player.
There's a drummer I enjoyed watching. That was a guy who used to drum for Eric Clapton and a few of the other English guys. A bald-headed guy. You see him on a lot of the English concerts, and he was on that concert they did for George Harrison at the Albert Hall back in the early 2000s.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was on that, along with lots of others.
Eric Clapton had a good band.
Yeah.
505. Here we go. I'm bloke. Oh, man. I'm going to find this. I've got to give him a shout out. My God. Recommended.
A drone roadie. I feel that way every time I go out with Matt.
You got your own gear to carry, mate. Oh, my God. Yeah, it looks like you're flying to Istanbul.
Yeah.
Or your luggage.
But I never get out there and go, shit, I left it behind.
I did. Then I actually no. We turned around and I forgot my bloody iPad holder last time because for some reason I just left home. Me and Ari were driving out, and I thought because normally it's still in my boot, it stays there, and my iPad holder, and I went, oh shit! Turned around and got it. Sorry, I haven't been reading this chat here.
I had two with me, but I didn't want to use mine. They weren't good enough,
Oh, thanks, mate. Appreciate that, dude. Man, we've been at it since the beginning, brother. We've been on each other's channels for a very, very long time. Caleb, answer me this. Has your trip to Australia got a date postponed yet, or is it coming back? Are you coming over later this year? Because his trip over here was actually cancelled due to the bushfires, so he didn't end up doing it. So I'm kind of thinking it might be pushed back to a later date, which will be good for him, as I said, because it'll be a lot bloody cooler. Because he was heading here in January, man, and
I've got him unsubscribed. Just check that above and beyond. Oh, yeah, unsubscribed.
Yeah, I'm
Hi, Jim.
subscribed to that one. Oh man, I'm still trying to find this. I had it, and I had the bloody website all pulled up, ready to go.
Caleb's coming June.
June, nice time of year, man.
Yep.
It's a nice time of year.
Although it's pretty cold, you know, it's probably only about 22 or 23 degrees Celsius in the daytime. Then
at night, yeah.
It's cold. Yeah.
Actually, he will be cold as buggery out in the sticks there, but the days will be nice because it gets the minuses out my way. Oh, hello, Mr. Jim. How are you, buddy?
Good.
Quit whining about your weather.
You
Good
like
God,
where
it's winter out, man.
Yeah, look at him. He's all rugged up like an Eskimo.
yeah. Must be 70 degrees there or something.
Must be 70, 75 at
It gets
least.
below 70, the jacket comes on.
We learnt that last week, mate, and that was the best information of the whole live stream. That was fantastic news.
68 degrees.
Oh shit, mate.
Oh no,
I'm
65. I lied.
Oh, you won't be able to fly your drones in that weather, mate.
No, that's bad battery weather right there.
Yeah, way too cold, dude.
Says Jim with his Inspire 1 parts bank on the bench behind him.
Yeah.
Let me pop out the chat. There we go.
Actually, Jim, I've got a question for you regarding Inspire 1 too. Regarding the batteries, you know, you mentioned that you can just get the TB48S from the matrices and swap the cap and the board. Does it need to be a TB48 battery from the Inspire, or can you do it with the TB47s as well?
The 47, yeah. No problem.
Yeah. All right, because I know that the battery for the matrice is the TB48S. You know, the battery section in the bottom is identical to the TB48, but I didn't know whether the top or the controller circuit was interchangeable.
Just remember when you're taking that white cap off that it has that little temperature sensor in there too. You got to be gentle. Gentle.
Well, they were talking about that over here on one of the forums, because I hadn't heard that until you mentioned it. And somebody was trying to sell his Inspire 1 because he said, you know, DJI have stopped making batteries and another 18 months they're not going to be good for anything. And I said, oh, well, funny you should say that, but I got told. And he went, really? Yeah.
Oh, you should have said, oh, you're right. It's useless. I'll buy it from you.
Yeah, $500.
Yep.
There are some great deals to be had. There's one guy over here selling one. He's a business guy. It was his backup. Got about 10 hours on it. And he wanted the drone, 2 controllers, 2 cameras, 8 batteries. You know, I think he wants $1,800 Australian. Great buy.
That's good.
Yeah.
If you go through the dealers, I was able to get batteries at a decent price, but looking online, they're like triple what they're supposed to be. They're like $600.
Yeah.
Hey, Tomas.
Look at this, the poor bugger. He's had no bloody net for 2 weeks.
Oh, it's-
Wow.
He must live. He must live near Osby Drone.
Fellow Aussie, I'm just subscribing. I'll be watching some videos later.
Brett, yeah, he's one of the fellows I caught up with in Melbourne, are he?
Poor bugger.
I know he hasn't been the same. He says his net's been down. Unlikely.
Yeah, that's right. Oh no, Matt's on. Whoop! Internet outage.
Sorry, can't join this week. Hey, Brett, we had Gizmo on. A couple of weeks ago, so it's your turn, mate. And I'm hoping that... How'd you go with your bub too? Grandchild, I think, went to the hospital, and he reckons he wasn't going to go live from the hospital. We would have loved to have seen that. But how'd you go, mate? All good there?
Rodney went live from the hospital. I mean, can't you guys get away from YouTube for a heart attack?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what would have happened, you know, if I'd have tried to live stream when we were at the hospital having our kids. Smile, honey, and push.
I just got a message from Rodney. Actually, I've been chatting to him, and he's doing his catch up in the morning, coffee and friends. So that'll be going ahead as scheduled at his normal time. So
Another late night.
look like a late night, Pete. Exactly.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's about 11 for you guys.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
Starts at about midnight for me, but from this, because you guys changed your daylight saving, ain't you, this weekend?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be from this weekend on. It'll be an hour earlier for us, so which is good.
Daylight idiocy time.
Yeah.
Is that your pump, mate?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll mute.
No, that's all right, mate. No, that's all right. As long as I know it's your pump, because I know that pops on every now and again. So last week there was a noise and I didn't know where the hell it was coming from. Because your pump,
hey, my friend.
your pump wasn't working. Your pump wasn't going off. Anyway, that's a beautiful shot there of the concrete, Ari. Beautiful.
Yeah, mate. I just streamed the uncut videos.
Oh, you got some really nice color grading going on there.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I streamed the crash of the Phantom 4, or played it in Claude's stream the other day, and I've never had so many people watch. It's like car racing; they only watch for the crashes, don't they?
Exactly.
They love them. Love them.
That's one of my highest views. Is the Spark. Not well. It didn't crash. I landed it, but
When it went wonky.
yeah, that's the one.
If you're really nice, I'll show everybody what happens when you fall down a waterfall while flying your Phantom 4.
Oh yeah, you slipped, didn't you?
Yeah.
You're lucky you didn't break your ankle.
I broke 2 ribs.
That's right. Yeah, Matt, you told me about that. Because you didn't say anything, Ari. We didn't hear you at that time.
I wasn't around too much at that particular time.
Right. Now, why is my camera? I got the camera by the TV, so I should be facing it straight on. This is the worst thing I ever did, was get this stupid TV.
He's having issues, man.
I've got all kinds of adapters and shit. Look at this. I spent another $60 today on UVC display adapters, because this computer isn't old. It's only 2018 Christmas I got it.
Yep.
So, but the HDMI is only 2.0. The display port is only 1.2. Neither one of those will stream HDR. I'm trying to color edit my videos on a 4K HDR screen, right? But
it won't display it.
Did you buy the adapter that we found on Amazon?
No, because that one says right in it that you have to have DisplayPort 1.4, which I don't have. So I bought this one, and I'm using it through the USB-C.
Yeah, the one I sent you the link to was USB 3 to HDR compliant HDMI.
It shows, this one is showing up as a, see, it just did the boom, boom, boom.
Yep.
It's showing up as a an adapter. But when I hook the HDMI into it, absolutely nothing comes to this TV screen.
Okay, I've seen this before. HDMI has quite a hefty power requirement. Some of those HDMI external dongles are externally powered and some are not. Has that got an external power source on it?
No, it's just this.
If you can't get it working, that could be a problem.
I've got you right now through the regular HDMI port, which is only 2.0, so it's not going to be...
That's integrated into the rig.
Right.
These external adapters, I've seen people before buy them and plug them in and not be able to get a video signal out. And it turned out that there wasn't enough power output from the adapter straight from the USB or DisplayPort.
But this USB-C is right on the computer.
Yeah, I know, but apparently that was the cause of the issues that they had. They bought another adapter which had external power output and input, I should say, and it fixed it.
Well, that might be it then, because this thing makes a noise when you plug it in, like Windows telling you it's connected. But when I hook the HDMI into it, nothing at all comes to this screen.
Welcome to the channel, Peter.
Thank you.
Peter, yes,
Oh, wrong
welcome,
Peter. Sorry.
welcome, man. You'll probably regret every second of it, but welcome.
Hey, Mike Roche.
What?
Mike Roche is here too.
Oh, you're local to us, Peter. I see Wynnum Jetty here.
Mike, how are you, mate? How are you? Jeez, I miss so much here.
Night Train. He's here. Did you say hello to him?
There you go. Yeah, mate. Yeah, that was.
All right.
Yep. Yeah, man. There's not many, is there? There's really not a lot when it comes to Australia. And this is what we were talking about the other week. You know, it's very difficult to find other drone flyers in Australia that do what that I'm into anyway. Every now and again, you'll come across one. You think, oh yeah, you go there, and the channel's got the channel might have one video up, and that was the last of it, and that was like 3 years ago. So
yeah.
they're not into it, you know. They're not going along. Peter here, he's got. Let me just do this. There we go. There's Peter's channel there. Hasn't got a lot of video. He's got 36 subscribers. So if you want to join up and have a bit of a squiz at what he has, you know, that'd be cool. Get him a couple more subscribers there.
I've got Peter.
God, you mean I'm one of only 36?
Yes. Get into it, mate. You'll skyrocket. But I didn't look at his one from a month ago. Yeah, but I've been subscribed to him for a little bit now.
Same here.
Unlike us heavyweights, mate, you know, with 270 and 500 subs, you know.
Yeah.
You know, you have to watch YouTube though, because it'll unsubscribe you from people, and you won't know. You won't know.
As you know, Jim, I've been away for 6 months, and I came back, and there's several people who I noticed that they were streaming, and I hadn't got a notification, and when I went to check, unsubscribed.
Oh, Wynnum.
Yep.
In Queensland.
We have no idea where that is.
Me either. We're based in Queensland, is it?
About
That's
20
right.
days from us, yeah.
Yeah, not far, mate. Not far. Wynnum. I did a video out at the Manly Harbour there.
Okay, for the rest of you, I'm in Florida. Mike's in upstate New York. Where's Mikey? He's from Michigan. Let's all have our own chat.
I wasn't.
We'll leave these Aussies talking over there.
I wasn't talking at all, Jim. So you know.
Try Google Maps. You can have a look at it there.
I would have to really care in order to do that, but I can put you on the other screen.
Yeah, I guess furthering your education has never been your strong point.
No, only when it comes to computer parts and drones.
Yeah, dude, where's Adrian? For God's sake,
he called me, and he
Did he?
said, "Yeah, he's got the kids. He'll be on after he feeds them and puts them to bed."
Okay, all right. Because he did. As I said, I think he got a little bit confused with that message that I put out like a week and a bit ago.
You mean?
He means me.
Of course.
My train
about Adrian, ride the lightning, Mateo. Yeah.
Oi, oi, oi. What is that? What is oi, oi?
Oi, oi, oi. There's three of them. Yeah.
That's supposed to be go, go, go kind of thing?
I think so. It started at the Olympics, didn't it, Ari? Something like that.
I think Rodney Bell wants you to send him a link, please.
Rodney, I asked him about that.
I just got a Facebook message from him.
Okay. Rodney Bell. Rodney Bell. Here we go. That's the one.
Can you do it, Mikey? Matt, or do you want me to do it?
All done, dude.
Okay. Let me see if I do that. You're right there.
I'll tell you what, man, that chat's busy today. It's hard to keep up. Yeah.
How
Here we
many?
go. Thanks for waiting for DJI's next big thing. That'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what DJI come up with next. If anything, it'll have to be some sensational camera. It would have to be.
Yeah.
Because the drones themselves have got. I'm not expecting anything like a Skydio thing, because that, in all reality, that's not what DJI is about.
Right.
It's all about your cinematography and stuff like that when it comes, and also with what do you call it? Doing commercial work and things like that with the Phantom series anyway. But when it comes to the Mavics, if a new Mavic comes out, I can see that being some sort of sensational camera, man.
Hey, Albert. Which model was that, Matt? Sorry, I was distracted.
No one listens to me.
It's Al Diaz.
Yeah, Al Diaz. Yeah. Al, how are you, buddy? Thanks for popping through again, man. Awesome.
Trust Aussies to say Diaz wrong.
Well, how do you say Diaz then?
Diaz.
I just said that.
That's what I would have said too.
That's not what Ari said.
Yeah, it is.
Hey.
I just said Al.
He put it all into one word, which is kind of what Australians do anyway. Jimmy, some problem, Jones.
There's nothing wrong with my speech. It's just the American hearing that's the problem. You know, we talk fine.
Hey, unlike Adrian, I have my earplugs in.
You need some help this week, dude. You're the only one. Actually, we got some in the chat, so you got some friends.
I'm getting picked on here.
You are. It's your turn. Till Adrian rocks up, you're the target. No, yeah, it looks floppy, Jim.
You know, it ticked me off because I had to take my SSD drive out of the USB, buy another adapter, put it in the HDMI over there, which is slower, as we know, in transfer speeds. Put this in and have it not work.
We're talking about that again, are we? Yeah.
Because I'm mad.
I know you would be too. I would be too, mate. You spend all that money and for something not to work, that'd get under my skin, mate. Absolutely.
Drives me nuts. I've been researching the crap out of this, and it's too much.
Anybody who has a problem with spending lots of money on something that doesn't work should never have kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never heard that before. That's good.
I made it up.
I'm going to answer that in my opinion. Mavic Mini, as we were talking about with Chris last week, you can buy a lemon car, you can buy a lemon anything. The people who have minis that fly well love them. And for the money, 2.7, that camera is fantastic. If you don't want professional control over your camera, it's absolutely perfect. And it flies as steady as any DJI drone, as you would expect. You know, DJI drones handle fantastically, even in the strongest winds, mate. I've had my Spark up in some winds, man, and horrendous, and the thing just sits there. So I would say that it is a success for people of that market. Absolutely fantastic drone. But in the past, as I've said, I wouldn't get one purely for the fact of that camera control, because I was looking at getting some sort of upgrade for the Spark. But in reality, the Spark's got a lot more camera control than what the Mini has. The picture isn't quite as good, but as I said to you earlier, Ari, you can really stuff with that in post.
Yeah.
And
I'll go with you.
As the footage that I had with my comparison between the Mavic Pro and the Spark, I had the Mavic Pro straight from the camera, and I had the stuffed around with footage from the Spark, and it's very difficult to tell the difference. Once I put digital sharpening in, a little bit of color in there, because the colors from the Spark camera are sensational. They really pick up the camera. But it was the stuffing around that I did in post that made the two footages look very, very similar. But the flight time you can't beat, and the flight time of that Mavic Mini is sensational.
Let me ask you something. When we were talking about the editing megabit rates, hey Rodney, let me get done with this and then we'll pop you on. Can you get on?
He can get on.
Okay.
There
Oh, well, look at that haircut.
It's not a haircut. It's just wet.
He looks like a new man.
He does.
Thank you. I feel like a new man.
Oh,
You look
shiny.
good.
Peter,
Oh,
no
shiny
comment on that, Peter.
Hey, Peter.
Sorry. I was all lined up and then you cut me out now. So.
Hello, Jim. Good
Hey,
evening,
buddy.
everybody in the chat. Al Diaz, Tommaso Sullivan, Night Train. Good evening, guys. Good afternoon. Good morning, whatever it might
Morning,
be.
it is, guys. Yeah, these foreigners. See, now that you come on, it starts to level us out. The Americans versus the Aussies.
Yeah, all we need now is Ron Lockwood, right?
Yeah, I've sent Ron a link too, so I don't know where he is this week.
He's in Alaska.
Oh, is he? Right. Okay. Might be a bit cold up there.
He's
Oh,
fishing.
yeah, I do recall he said he was going to go to Alaska.
Oh, yeah.
Our boy is off fishing.
He
No,
deserves it.
Yeah, he works like he gets every shift in he can, and then
He
he's had a
does.
lot of every 2 years you have to recertify. So that's a bunch of bull crap too. You got to go through all these classes. You got to sit through.
Mavic 2 Pro, I am liking it. I've yet to experiment a lot with that camera. The D-Log, I've put it into 265, and I have taken a little bit of footage with that just around the house and what have you to see what I can do with it. It's pretty cool. So I've got a lot more experimenting to do, and it's going to take me a long time to get used to the camera, what to do with it in certain conditions and all that sort of stuff. As it did with the Mavic Pro, it took me a while to sort that bloody thing out. I was ready to throw it against a wall. But it's going to take a bit, but I'll get there. But I do like it. It flies steady and what have you, and beautiful. Where we went the other day, Ari, I mean, the colors of the skies, and I will be doing another video.
Wait a minute. Wait, nobody cares. He asked a question and you answer it. I ask a question, you don't answer it.
No, I didn't hear your question.
Because I was trying to talk when you just blew me off.
Sorry, Steve.
I want to know when you're editing the darn thing in whatever you're using. Everybody uses something different, so I forget. Can you get the 100 megabits a second?
Yes.
I see Jim is still the guy to pick on.
Yeah.
Until,
He's the
until I, until I- yeah.
Can't pick on if you don't talk to him. But what was I saying? Yeah, Al, that video that I did straight off the Mavic Pro's camera, that was all that bizzo. And I will be doing the same with this next video when I did a sunset out of the dam, because the colors of the skies were like pinks, purples, and reds. It was fantastic. And that will be another one straight off the camera.
Every day, Rodney. Every day.
He's not even listening to you either,
No, I
mate.
don't listen to you. I'm talking to Rodney, man.
I'm listening. I'm just also saying hi to people in the chat.
I guess it might be a bit confusing for Jim, all this technical stuff.
That's
Yeah, I mean,
Steve,
like
isn't it?
that.
Single area solution to Steve, isn't it?
Sorry.
Come on, all you quick guys.
Can't even get his TV to work.
Round two. We've had to
Brett.
see if Rodney's have enough of you, mate. Oh, he was back again. Brent's exploration.
I was coughing, didn't think you guys would want to see it.
You got your pillow?
Yeah, right there.
Yeah,
Keep that by you.
I just got reminded I need to stay in my tube as well.
You need to do these things, Rodney. Don't play.
I'm not playing.
All right.
Mm.
I love my pillow, by the way. And I got bunches and bunches of signatures on it.
I see that.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Oh, no, it's great to see you up and about, mate. You know,
Good.
it's That's it.
Believe me, it feels great. And things just seem to be getting better and better every day. earlier we were chatting on Messenger there, Matt. The long day I had is I had to go do a follow up at my doctor's office, so I had to do a lot of walking, and probably the most walking I've done since I've been down. But right now I feel pretty good.
That's good, man.
Do you find it easier to do that walking and easier to breathe and all that?
Oh yeah. I don't get near as winded as I used to before the surgery. So
That's
anyway,
right.
I want to say hi to Rick Halber. Good evening, guys. Or boy, excuse me, it's the drugs.
You're right. Brent's there too.
Yeah, I saw Brent. That's who I was saying hi to earlier. Rick Halber and Timeless Truths. Good evening.
Good to say good day to Rick too. How are you, buddy? Brent's Explorations, Thomas Ronnie, but Stingray. Did I say? Oh, I put his thing up. Okay, Stingray. What, you got nothing interesting to say, Jim?
Oh, I'm allowed to say something now.
Well, it depends what it is. Send me a private text first. I want to say.
Back in your box, Jim.
I got a new small tiny screwdriver.
Oh, that's fantastic!
Wow, look at that.
Wow.
That came free with the adapter that don't work.
Oh, geez, value for money. Value for money, right there. Get your own toolkit. Here we go. Nope, your moment's over.
That's it.
Bad bloody luck. Oh dear. Oh, pissed off. I've got to turn this thing down. It's giving me the shit.
Everybody wants you, Matt.
Is that your phone?
Yeah. Bloody thing.
Latest technology Matt uses for a phone.
An S4.
Yeah.
Is that what you're using?
I am now. My
Well,
bloody S7.
He must not have gotten my last two texts.
Why? What did you pull up? Did
Who,
I miss?
Matt? He got your text. He was telling me tonight when we were talking before this that he was talking to you.
Yeah, but he'd asked me to come on, if I could come on, and I told him I was really tired, but after a couple of seconds, I said, well, if I feel better after my shower, then I might pop in. So go ahead and send me the link. And of course, he ignored me. So I had to message Ari to get a link. So
You did because I missed that. I've just got it here now. Hello.
You should have just texted me.
Yeah.
well, I didn't see you then, Jim. You weren't on there when I saw the video.
Because Matt had me down in the green room. You know, like you do. You leave someone in the green room for a half hour, and then they type in chat. I'm here.
The show was going fine, and I thought I've got to keep Jim out of this for a bit, otherwise,
Even keeled.
Well,
They got the land values, yeah.
Matt, you got to do to Jim what I did to Jim. He don't even come on to my live streams anymore.
I know.
He
Let me
got
tell you
tired of
something.
getting sent to the green room every time he spoke.
You don't, Jim. You diss Rodney every week, mate.
No, I don't.
I send you a link every week, and you use some little excuse like, "Oh, I'm sleeping."
Yeah, like that's an excuse.
You're married and you still get to sleep. Something's wrong there.
Oh, Jim, I'm just busting your.
I know. I get to bed around 4 a.m. You know how that is, Rodney.
I know.
I called Rick Halber the other day at 3 a.m. I didn't even realize it was that time. It was that late, early, or whatever that is, late or early. It was 3 a.m. He was up.
Well, of course, Rick was up. Rick's always up.
Jim is the only bloke that I can be still working at midnight, and I'll get a message. What you up to?
Well, I sent you a message while you were working.
However, by 8 a.m., I'm sleeping.
Yeah, Thomas O'Sullivan's got a good point there. He said Matt and Peter always get up for Rodney's show.
Mm.
It's late at night here for us too.
Right.
So.
We
Yeah.
hit the beds by then, man.
I know, but it's 11. What is it? 11 at night?
Yeah.
Well, I'm like you, Jim. I've got sleep patterns like you. I actually have to get up early to come on Matt's stream.
Yeah. Yeah. Your text come through at about bloody three in the morning the other day.
Yeah. Well, I figured if you were awake, you were awake, and if you're asleep, it wouldn't wake you.
Yeah, no, I've got it on there. Steve Carpenter, how are you, man?
Thanks for the sub, Stingray.
It's a beautiful thing. I'm still going through this chat. Grumpy Vlogger.
I see the grumpy vloggers in there.
Oh, no.
Here we go.
Lloyd.
Lloyd. Chris Hope. How are you, Chris?
Oh, Ready, Set, Drone must have
morning.
ended.
Good morning. Good evening.
Hey, Jim. Yep.
Now you look at that
I
flaming.
told you, didn't I?
Yeah. I should have waited till midday.
Lloyd.
Sorry.
We were talking about it before, and I just checked. YouTube has unsubbed me from Lloyd. I just had to resub. Hello, Chris Hope. How are you, my friend?
Are you kidding?
No, I was only away for 6 months. Why would you think they'd start unsubbing me?
No, they do it. They just go on a purge every now and then, and you got to look out. Hey, Chris Hope. As I type, hey, Chris Hope.
Chris has got a link if we want to even up the score here and make it 50-50.
There you go.
Come on in here, Chris. We can't let these Aussies beat us.
This is like a game of a dodgeball.
You can't play dodgeball in the United States anymore.
Oh, is it dangerous?
Yes.
Of course it is.
Someone might get hurt.
Oh, for God's sake.
I don't know how I managed to survive. That dodgeball was one of my favorite games as a kid.
We used to play kill the guy with the ball, otherwise known as dodgeball.
Yeah.
And
That might be taking it a bit far, Jim.
oh yeah, no, we used to aim for you, man.
Oh, yeah. That's the thing. That's the thing. When you're in that, it brings out your animal instincts.
Yep.
If you don't hit him in the face, it ain't a good shot.
That's a bit personal, Mike Roche.
That ball's coming by at 100 miles an hour. You better duck or something. One of those rubber gym balls, you remember them?
Well,
the red ones.
Yeah.
We used to play dodgeball with medicine balls, mate. Muck around with that airfield shit.
You're not tossing a medicine ball like we were tossing these things.
Oh, yeah. Maybe you can't do it in the States, but we were pretty big boys back then.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy. Oh, jeez.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Jim, it's really beginning to get thick now.
Oh, it's thick as.
Chris
Don't-
can't come in, and he said snatch somebody else. Mike Roche, I think he suggested.
Mike, is he?
I thought you sent Mike the link.
No, I didn't send him a link. I can. That won't be. I think I've
You
got him.
said a friggin' half hour ago that you sent it to Mike Roche. I
Yes,
said, did you want me to send it or are you going to do it? You said, I'll do it.
Jim, Matt, are you two married?
No. let me tell you something, Jin. We were talking about Rodney.
No, before Rodney. It was Mike.
There was nothing ever before Rodney. Rodney is the beginning of time as far as this live stream is concerned.
Oh, it's getting deep in here now.
Oh, yeah.
I got to pull my shorts up. Hey, Mike, help me out. Didn't he say that earlier?
I didn't hear it.
No, me either.
I didn't hear that at all. You got something going on there, mate. No, that was just for Rodney we were talking about. Do you want to send him that link, Jim?
Who?
Mike. Jesus, are you right?
Steve Carpenter, I have dropped some weight, brother. I've dropped about, I weighed 270 and I was 254.8 this morning.
Wow.
That's good.
And that's been over a period of 5 days. A lot of that was water.
Yeah. God damn, dude. That's a lot of weight, man.
Yeah. Feels good.
We're talking pounds, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. It wouldn't be much more if it was ounces now, would it? You know,
No,
Matt?
That's thinking kilos. Yeah.
we talk
Oh,
kilos.
that's right. You guys deal in kilos. You guys did have weird.
We only talk about kilos when it's drugs.
Thanks, Steve.
And Rodney's probably got 2.5 kilo of drugs at his place at the moment. Purely medicinal purposes.
Oh,
Right.
Mikey, I sent you the link in your email.
Uh,
Yeah, and
Yeah, drone delivery. Don't start me. Bloody drone delivery. 2 kilometers from me, they tried to get all the recreational guys grounded, in the interests of safety. Yeah.
what?
No.
You?
Yeah. The wing is just down here in Marsden.
What did they do?
They started making noises about needing recreational pilots grounded within X amount of their base, for safety, of course. Had nothing to do with their commercial interests.
Who was doing that?
I think it's Wing. Whoever's doing the delivery down here. They started in Brisbane. They moved to Canberra, where they first went commercial, and now they're back here again.
Oh, the Google project?
Yeah.
Google Wing?
Wing Aviation, I think it is. It's their commercial drone branch. They're doing deliveries around Marsden here. Mate, the minute they look like getting me grounded, I'll start weaponizing my drones.
Get that right.
Well, I heard one person who had actually done the math, and I don't know how he did it because it would be dependent on a company, right? But he was saying that if remote ID goes in, it'll cost us just under $10 a month to have that subscription service.
Yeah, I actually made a submission. I didn't realize up until about 12 hours before the closure that people overseas could make a submission on the US. So I did.
Because it's going to go over to you guys.
You got it, man. Whatever you get down the track, we follow.
Alzheimer's?
The remote ID.
They're going. They're going. They're operational commercially in Canberra and here in Logan City.
Yeah, we're stuffed, dude.
It can't go. It can't go through in its current form because you guys know that I was accosted by a motorcycle group.
Yeah.
When I was flying, but there was another guy online, and I put it in our web group. He got all his stuff stolen. They came to his site, held up a gun, took his Skydio 2, his phone, all that crap. And if you do this on that app, you're telling them where I am. They're just getting there faster to steal my stuff.
And at least in the US, in most states, you can carry a gun. We don't have that.
Yeah. Ari, you still wind up in court, though, if you use that gun.
Mate, I'd rather be alive and in court than vindicated and in the ground.
You got another one, Peter. You better sign that release form, mate.
Do you have friends, Peter?
of course. Of course I do.
Is that Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, he changed his name.
Changed his name. Yeah.
Okay. See, I'm with it.
Who's
Yeah.
that?
Oh, here's a first.
Brian Matthew tricked me for a little while too, though, before I worked out who it was.
Is Mike Gross sitting in the green room?
Nope.
All right. He said, cool, be right in.
Yeah, I had to go to that channel actually to see who it was, and I thought, oh, it is him. Yeah. I'm Mac. Max aerial visuals. Okay, cool.
Yeah, Al, they did. The FAA said 250, but they can't regulate the prices. They are not a regulating. They're not the Federal Trade Commission. They can't regulate. It's a wide open game. If I want to charge you $10, the going rate is $10.
Yeah, that's it. They can, as soon as they devolve that sort of thing to a private company, they lose control.
Right.
I can't see the justification for it. I know that it's in safety, but as I've mentioned in a couple of places, and I did the math myself, did the research. I asked last week, no one can answer. The current thought is there's possibly 1.5 million drones in the US. There's 272 million cars.
They won't tell you how many drones there are.
Every year, 33,500 people die in automobile accidents on average. Every year, 0.0 people die in drone accidents on average.
Right.
Yet they want to be able to track the position and the operator in real time and give it to the public of the drones.
This is all to pay for the commercial system that is going to be used by the United States Postal Service, UPS, FedEx, Amazon, Walmart. It's all to pay for their airspace. You're going to have no STEM. If you have any STEM, it has to be approved by the administrator of the FAA beforehand. You're going to have no regular RC flyers because they cannot physically put any equipment in those things to make it transmit to the internet. It's not designed for that.
Yep.
Put any equipment in, model rocketry would be gone. I mean, there's a whole lot that would be gone.
Well, I don't think. I'd like to think that it'll be stopped in its tracks, but I don't think it will be stopped short of some positive action. I mean, remember back in the 70s, the CB business, the truck drivers basically shut down the highways over that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't, as a community, we don't have that sort of power, numbers, or cohesion. We're too busy fighting within our own ranks to really get together and make an effective stand.
We don't have a group.
You made a statement a few weeks ago, Jim, about the petition, the comments and all that sort of thing. Now, you said there was like 10 or 12,000 at that point.
It ended up with 53,000.
Okay, so that was at the beginning of this month, wasn't it? 6 or something. I mean, yeah. Okay. So 53. Okay. Yeah, well, that's what I wanted to ask. What was the final figure? Yeah.
When I put mine in the night before, it was March 1st because it ticked over. There were 34,000. By the time that next day ended, there were 52 and change thousand comments.
Okay.
Some of them were dumb, like, no way I'm going to do this shit.
Yeah. Okay.
And others were, most of them were educated people speaking from a privacy. My bitch was a privacy perspective. The unregulated, no digital certification and encryption as to where I am and my location. I mean, people saying, there are idiots saying that, well, you have a license plate on your car. Well, you looking at my car doesn't tell you where I live and when I'm driving, where this app does. Whatever, man. You can't get the blood pressure up.
Yeah, I know. That's it, eh? We don't want nothing popping on this show. And that will there'll be probably 6 veins popping here if we keep going. 5.
Oh, you know what I got? Because I told you I had broke that blade on my Mavic 2 Pro.
Yeah.
Hey, Nathaniel.
Nathaniel, how are you, buddy?
I went and bought a pair of Master Air screws.
You did?
Yeah, I want to check them out. Because I like to have a backup full set, and DJI only gives you 3. What idiots!
Yeah, I know 3. What? Yeah.
What the hell am I going to do with 3?
Okay, so the Master Air screw for the sorry, Ari.
No, go for it.
The Master Air screw for the Air and the Spark are fixed, right? Are the ones for what was that for? The Mavic, wasn't it? Yeah.
No, the Mavic 2 Pro are the foldable.
They are excellent. Yeah, because I would be looking for that for a Mavic Pro at least.
Yeah.
I didn't
They're
like
the usual story. They're not specifically quieter in decibels, but the pitch, the timbre of the sound that comes off them is far less intrusive. And what's interesting to me is in indoor hover tests, they're showing about 1.5 minutes more flight time.
Yeah, well, Adrian did a test for us on this live here. Very impressed with the sound difference between.
That higher end pitch, like Ari was saying, seemed to be knocked down. But I don't really care about it. I want to see if I got the orange blades. I want to see if they are easier to see.
I've seen film of it as in YouTube videos, Jim, and on the screen they are certainly easier to see. Rodney loves his pillow.
I do.
He has to use it, right?
It helps the pain to go away.
Although if I was you, Rodney,
But chest, you got to keep it. Like you got to keep the pillow there to keep your chest.
I'd be hugging Valerie if I was you, Rodney. She knows how to drive a car with the steering wheel on the right side. You don't find many of them in the US.
You know, the rural mailmen used to have them.
The first car I ever owned was in Japan, Ari. So you could say that I was driving on the right-hand side long before she was.
That's good to hear, Brian.
Got no picture there, Mike.
All right. Let me check my camera settings here.
Okay.
And the lights on.
I'll just pop you. Something might be happening. No,
Let's see.
I'll just pop you out there, mate, until.
I'm going to get some coffee. Talk amongst yourselves.
If somebody else comes in, man, I'm quite happy to take a rest.
Yeah, that goes for me too. I probably should be getting to bed here in a few minutes anyway.
Somebody said coffee. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. You either need a pee or to get a coffee. One of the two.
Coffee first. The other follows in natural course.
Of course it does. Of course it does. These streams go for so long. I've got a bucket under my desk. Now we've got Mike's back. There we go, buddy. How are you?
Hey guys.
Hello,
Thanks for
Mike.
having me back on.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Good to see you again, dude.
Yeah. I only popped in for a few minutes last week, but I thought I'd come in and stay for a little while. I saw Rodney. I had to come in.
Absolutely, mate.
Hey,
Absolutely.
Rodney. You look great, man.
I feel great. I'm feeling great.
You look 10 years younger.
Well, thank you.
You know, you really do. So and you sound, you can hear it.
I actually feel 10 years younger.
Yeah. That's cool,
I mean,
man.
before a week ago, last Thursday. Yeah, I mean, if I lifted anything for more than 5 minutes, I was all out of breath and stuff. That should have been the first clue.
Yeah.
If I walked any long distance, but no, it took a comedy show to convince me to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
Thanks, Al.
Yeah. Hey, Ari.
If you hadn't heard the story, me and my wife Valerie, we had gone to a Christian comedy show at one of the churches there in Fredericksburg, and about 45 minutes into the show, I started getting these pains, and I just thought, well, it's just from laughing, right? Because we were laughing so hard. And we got up, and my wife wanted to get a T-shirt, and so we were standing there at the table, and I told her, I says, I'm having chest pains, and they feel a little different than they normally do. So we ended up going to the emergency room, and a week later, I'm having quadruple bypass. And it's amazing how quickly one recovers from that, really.
Right.
Cardoso Media. Hello, Ken. How are you doing?
Hey, Kenny.
Hey, hi, Kenny.
So anyway, but
Yeah.
It's amazing, mate.
It's an
You know,
amazing thing, man.
it is so quick. You're up and about again. You know, it's opened you up, and all of a sudden they're, oh, you're all right to go home. What?
hey, did you see the comment Tomas made, Matt?
No, from who?
Tommaso Sullivan.
Oh, Thomas. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Whoops, wrong one.
Yeah. So that is the rumor. In fact, Ari, wasn't it you? I told you that's what got me here in the first place.
No, I don't think it was. It might have been someone else.
Yeah, it probably was. I've talked to so many people, and of course Chris Hope and Ron Lockwood and Paul Davis, Drone Bum, Dennis Lovelady, all those guys jumped right on board that bandwagon. Started talking about how they were driving my truck here and driving my truck there, and so
Yeah.
You got to be on that, don't you?
So Rodney, there was open chest surgery, right?
yeah.
And they use your own veins and things like that to.
Yeah, they took a couple of veins out of my legs and one out of my mammary muscle area.
That's the mammary artery and the long saphenous vein in the leg.
Yeah, I knew Jim would know. Jim's the all-knowing.
Been there.
Rodney is obviously high on drugs.
A lot of people would disagree with that, I think. But
They take them away.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely good to get back on my. I just saw that too, Matt.
How he sat. Now we were trying each other's accents last week, and that was pretty funny. Cigarette burn. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, you didn't say that. Cigarette burn.
There you go.
That was a good laugh.
You guys did a good job getting those cigarette burns out. Oh, excuse me, guys. I got to stand up a minute.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute my camera.
I hope he's wearing pants.
I am, but I'm gonna mute my camera anyway because I don't want you to see me fall.
Well, don't fall over, mate.
If we hear the thud,
Leave your audio on.
yeah,
Yeah, the audio is on, or you should be able to hear me.
we hear that thud, we'll know what happened.
Yeah.
So Matt, I heard you say you just recently got the Mavic 2,
Yeah.
the Pro version.
Yeah.
Hey, Kenny.
Awesome drone. I've had mine since last summer, and I just recalibrated the vision sensors, the collision sensors, because I was getting a couple warnings. So I'm all set for the upcoming summer season. I'm ready to go. And
Nice,
terrific drone.
What sort of warnings, Mike?
It was just saying, air, obstacle avoidance, air calibrate sensors. And I've heard a few people say that. And I even heard one person, that guy 51 Drones. He said that Ken Heron told him to calibrate the obstacle sensors right out of the box, even when you get the drone. I've never done that. They've always been fine.
I don't believe in that. I'm a do it when it asks for it school of thought guy. I've got one of my Phantom 4 professionals has never asked for any sort of calibration of any kind, not even compass.
Right.
So,
Mine never did till this year. So I did it and it, went through and everything. But 51 Drones, DJI sent him a Phantom 4 2.0 to try out. And he was getting all kinds of it would go into the sun and it would stop. Things like that, and he calibrated the sensors, and he said that problem went away. So
the problem with them detecting, an obstacle, very drone to drone, but it happens the most when the sun's low in the sky.
Right.
You'll find sort of between 10 a.m. and 2 or 3 p.m. not much, but before that, and my Mavic 2 Zoom is the worst. Drives me out of my mind. It'll be flying along, obstacle detected.
But when you're way up in the air, you can just turn them off anyway.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happened to mine when we were out the other day. Airy. Listen to me, up in the air. Ari. Because it freaked me out. Oh, shit, a bird or something, because it went, and stopped. And it's just because I don't usually fly with them on, as you know. And I had them on. And, she just stopped dead in its tracks. But that was getting near dusk. So
That's why.
didn't know what the hell it was doing.
No, my Phantom 4, I have promised myself I'm not going to calibrate it until it asks. I want to see how long it'll go. And it's 14 months without anything, not compass, not anything. On the other hand, my Mavic 2 Zoom asks every time I take it out. And if I fly some miles, go for it. Yeah, we got great timing, you and I, Matt.
I have never calibrated a drone so much in my life. This Pro 2 has wanted to be calibrated. And as I said to you before, I was flying it in my lounge and it dropped an IMU straight out.
Wow.
Started wandering all over the joint. So I just landed it down, calibrated that, and everything's been fine since. I've never had an IMU drop out on any drone. And that's got me a little bit concerned. But everything seems
The Mavic 2 seems to need the compass calibrated a lot compared to the Mavic 1, the original Mavic.
Yeah, because I flew mine all around, down the guts, all around Australia, 5,000 Ks later, and I did not calibrate that thing once.
On the other hand,
Wow.
if that's the price of reliability, of it coming home and whatnot, how long does it take? 20 seconds.
Right.
You're going to do it, aren't you? You know?
Yeah, thankfully, that's the easiest one, compass. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
People must wonder, what's this guy doing circles in his wheelchair about? Is he cutting donuts?
Right. I've actually, I was up in near Lake Ontario, and I had compass there because it's about 40 miles from my house, and I actually, instead of me trying to pick it up from my chair and stuff, I asked the stranger to do it for me. So I said, "Can you pick up that drone and turn around in a circle?" And then point it down and turn it around in a circle again. But he knew how cars were calibrated, the compasses in cars, so he got what I was doing. Otherwise, he thought I was nuts.
Is there any truth that you had to get a carbon fiber wheelchair to prevent interference?
Right. Yeah. I don't think they even make them. Yeah, they do for sports and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hey boys, I'm gonna have to get off here. I'm beginning to feel it now. So
Yeah.
Thank
all right.
the reason why I'm so tired is because I don't know if I explained this, but I went to my doctor today for my first follow-up, and I walked quite a bit while I was there. So
Yeah.
and then of course I've walked some since I've been here, but man, I'm feeling great. I appreciate all the love and well wishes I've gotten. And Matt, if you don't mind, I am going to certainly try to do a Saturday morning coffee with Rodney in the morning. I can't promise you how long, but I'm going to give it a shot. And hopefully in the next couple of weeks, I'll be back to doing the Saturday morning sunrises as well. So,
Yeah.
We're looking forward to it, Rodney. Thanks for dropping in.
Ari, Peter, Jim, Mike,
All right.
Take
Take
care,
care,
Rodney. It's
Rodney,
awesome
and
to see
Jack.
you, man.
Love you guys. This is Rodney. I'm out of here.
See you, buddy. Take care, man.
Bye. That's terrific. You look
He's
So-
great.
He's doing all right. Look, Jim's bored shitless. He'd probably ringing a pizza. So give me any.
Probably ring his girlfriend.
I'm not talking to you guys. I'm going to talk to another American on the phone.
I tell you, I saw Rodney did it was either like a photo or something he posted or a short video. He was sitting out on his back porch just taking in the fresh air and all that stuff. And I've done my share of time in the hospital too, with my situation. And man, when you get out of those places, man, they're hellholes. And no matter what country you're in. And you're just so glad to be home in your own house, man, where you know how to operate. And it's I could appreciate where Rodney was coming from. Just it's so good to be home.
Yeah, you don't appreciate. And this is the thing, it's like hurting your thumb. You don't know how much you use it until it's hurt.
Right.
It's the same with being, away somewhere. You don't appreciate your home until you've been away from it.
Yeah.
And I mean, not what I've done. It's not the same as Rodney in a hospital, but I've been overseas for months at a time and a year at one point. And just to be home, it was like, and I realised actually when I got to the airport just how annoying the Australian accent is, because I hadn't heard it for 12 months, and I get home and always, oh, get mate, oh yeah, oh, what the hell? Oh, bloody hell! It just stood out so much to me when I got home, because I hadn't heard an Australian accent from someone else for that long.
Right.
And it was almost like my first time in Australia. It was the bloke who was actually getting the international arrivals for connecting flights, and he was asking people where they'd come from and where they're going, and it just stood out straight away. This bloke goes, "Oh, you're off to Honkers. That's excellent. Well, that's from that gate over there, you know." And Honkers for us is Hong Kong. And I just thought, God, I'm home. Unreal. Just stood out so bad. Peter, you're talking too much. There you go, Lloyd. Yeah, mate. Cut it out, Peter.
Lloyd, as I said before, if Lloyd keeps that up, I've got the ability there to ban him straight away. See that? Got the mouse hovered over those little 3 dots there.
Mate, you're going to be timed out, Lloyd. Oh. Yeah, he runs it.
Yeah, I've got the block option there. Yeah, I can do that.
Oh, Lloyd disconnected. I wonder what happened.
Yeah, that was a slip. That was a slip of the finger, Lloyd.
Yeah.
What's good? Are you still on the? No, he's not on the phone. Are you muted at all? What's going on, Jim? Oh, you are. You have more fun by yourself there. Where's this thing here?
You must be talking to someone else.
It must be.
That's what I was going to ask you, Matt. On your Mavic 2 Pro, did you sort out that problem with the SD card?
Yeah, well, I used Ari's card last week, and I've been going over that week again and again and again.
That worked.
Sorry?
That worked okay.
It does seem to have worked okay. And I actually tested my my SD that I use for the Mavic Pro, which is the Samsung Evo. And I tested that yesterday. Not to the extent as what I did when I had Ari's in there. And I really won't know anything until I use my card and do it again out somewhere where it's going to show a lot of jittering or anything if there's going to be a problem. But the SanDisk seemed to do all right, Ari. So after going through that footage,
I went through and I was on Umart's site the other day, and I noticed that they were selling 64 gig Extreme Pros for $28 a piece. So I'm thinking of ordering a few.
where's that from?
Umart. They're
Oh,
over. They're over at Browns Plains, but they deliver to your door.
Umart. Wasn't there one at Milton?
Could be. There's 4 or 5 of them around.
Yeah, okay. I remember I bought some computer parts from them once.
So Matt and Ari, do you guys live close enough together to get together and fly together?
Unfortunate. Yes.
Yeah, that's close enough to each other.
So are you in Eastern or Western Australia? Where are you?
East. Matt's looking at me. We're looking at each other. Which one of us is going to answer first?
I'm going
Where
to
you-
talk over you again.
So are you in Sydney?
No.
I know Perth is in the west.
Yeah.
How
Who's
many
in the
other Australian cities do I know?
Yeah, Perth. Oh, yeah. No, we're in Brisbane, mate. Up in
Brisbane.
Queensland, yeah, which is about 900 k's north of Sydney.
Right.
So yeah, that's that whole coast too, from Brisbane down to Sydney. That's my next couple of day fly area. It's got to be a bit careful. There's lots of national parks and things. As soon as you go over the border there, you're not allowed to fly in national parks, but you can in Queensland at this point until Ari had a little bit of a well, it wasn't really a confrontation, but he had a little bit of a chat with a ranger at one of the waterfalls a while ago. And that ranger seemed to think that there wasn't going to be too much more, and they won't be able to fly in national parks. is what I got from that conversation.
Yeah, well, you know what we're going to do then, don't you?
Fly them.
Yeah, what's that hanging on the wall behind me? Jim Hawkins.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I mean, how much footage do you get of northern New South Wales, where there's a lot of places there because of the national parks that you can't fly, and there's so much footage of it, and it's not hard. And as I've said before, we all fly safely, but if there's just some bullshit reason why you can't fly because someone's just said, no, I don't like that, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Like the Byron Lighthouse, Ari.
I think it's all bullshit, man. As you know, I've got my REPL. I have to toe the party line. I've done all the study and da-da-da-da-da. But my personal opinion, the drones have never killed anybody. And to be honest, I won't say never because everything happens eventually, your number turns up. But if I was flying an aircraft and I flew into a drone, I wouldn't be worried. I don't think they're a threat.
Look, there's been lots of scare tactics about that, but there has been, as I said in the past, there has been one actual test with a Phantom 4 into a jetliner. And
right. The one where they had the Phantom hit that wing?
It was a Phantom 3, and it was a Mooney.
Yeah.
It was done at one of the universities in the United States, but the problem was the
that Dayton test is nonsense.
Yeah, that's right, Dayton. The conditions that they simulated are just, they're not real world. It was simulated at a height that you would never find a drone. The speed of the aircraft simulated a Mooney was incapable of reaching at that altitude, and the closing speed between the two of them was about 5 times higher than you would ever find. It's just.
And the wing on an aircraft is the gas can.
Yeah.
You notice it didn't hit a spar or a rib. It went straight through the T6061 aluminum. How's that going to happen? In reality, it's never going to happen.
Plus, they had the wing stationary. Mm-hmm. In other words, it wasn't a moving aircraft, and they had the drone fly into it at 500 miles an hour or whatever. If you take 2 Coke bottles and hold one still and hit it with another one, the one that gets hit is going to break. It's just kind of the rule of physics. So a moving object hitting something that's standing still is more likely it's got force impacting that.
Well, the maths are pretty simple, Mike. Jim would understand this, being an ex-military guy. When you get struck by a bullet, it's not the material that the bullet's made of or the projectile or the weight. It's the energy that it imparts to you.
Right.
And the maths are easy. The energy imparted is a half of the mass times the velocity squared. Half the velocity squared times mass. Anyway, it doesn't. There's no corollary to that states that it's going to be more damaging if it's made out of plastic and silicon than feathers and bones. It took a whole flaming flock of Canada geese to put Sully in the river, and each one of those geese probably weighed 3 times what a Phantom 4 professional does.
Yeah, they're huge.
It's just it's nonsense.
It is. Well,
nonsense math.
The test I was talking about, there's a different test that I saw. I've seen those tests too, and it's just all that crap hype. Now, the one I saw was the Phantom. Now I don't know whether it was a 3 or 4, whatever it was, but they had a jet, and they had the jet going at its normal speed, and the Phantom hit that aircraft and absolutely disintegrated. And the thing that they were worried about the most was the battery, and the battery disintegrated as well.
Wow.
Minimal damage to that jet. It didn't even go through the alloy.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that test.
Well, they didn't probably advertise that one as much.
No, that's right. That's the truth. God
what
damn.
part of the jet did it hit,
There was one on the windscreen, which is as strong as all buggery anyway.
Right.
And they did it on the side and the front, I think it was.
Like the nose of the plane?
Yeah.
How many times did they slap the thing?
3 or 4 times. Yeah, they gave it a good crack, mate. Real world tests, So I couldn't believe it. And they're slow-mo because they'd taken, I don't know what the frame rate was, but this thing just hit it and just crumbled and just disintegrated into a bit of plastic mess.
Well, you can get much bigger radio-controlled planes than you just get the average drone. There are a few big drones, but not so many. And old Bruce X-Jet, he was chatting on the figures because radio control flying is a lot older than most people realise. They've been doing it about 70 years. And Bruce should know, he was there. And the figures he gave were I think there's been 7 deaths connected to radio control flight in 70 years.
Pretty dangerous.
Yeah, real dangerous.
Now, when did he say that? Because I saw him say there were 0.
No, zero for multi-rotor drones.
Okay.
Seven connected with radio control flight as a total. And most of those were people who were struck at the field.
Now, do you remember where that was, Matt? Any chance in hell you remember where that was?
It was in one of his videos last two. Oh, sorry.
Was that testing that DJI did?
No.
Okay.
No.
I think they've done some stuff too.
Look, I'll tell you what, it was that long ago. Maybe 6 months ago, I checked that out.
Yeah, or longer, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just to answer Lloyd here. I don't know what the link is. We'd have to, do a YouTube search and go through the video to actually find it. But at no point did it damage the aircraft whatsoever. So, yeah, it's. And I saw one that was actually just mocked up, mate. And there was another one. And you should have heard the reporter. Wow, look at the damage that these could do. And it was just one of those things you just want to headbutt everyone involved.
But the same damn TV stations are using Inspire 2s to put up your nightly news. So don't bullshit me.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't talk out your mouth on one end and your ass on the other.
Yeah.
Don't badmouth the thing and then use them.
The media can talk out of both ends.
This is exactly right.
They're doing it.
When you talk about when an aircraft's flying, it's the same as a boat going through the water. You've got this displacement. Every aircraft got the same thing, and he's absolutely right.
You look at the top of the wing and the bottom of the wing and the airflow. It's in your part of your UAS studying. The bottom creates lift. You've got an airflow. So Steve is exactly right. If the thing came directly at a wing, it would either be thrown up or thrown under.
And when you're talking to coming to the front of the aircraft too, you've got that. I'll call it a bow wave. What's it called? I can't remember. Anyway, so it's got that. It's got that push. It's got that push. It's like the Doppler effect. Do you know about the Doppler effect? Where
that was like, yes, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, okay. So that's why cars sound the way they do when they go past you. Is the Doppler
right? So the pressure waves in air from the moving object coming at it would create a high pressure zone in front of the jet, right?
Exactly right. Yeah, and as I said, to a lesser degree and a lot slower, is a boat going through the water. You see it dispersing the water before it actually moves away. It's exactly the same thing. But anyway, what was I going to say? Enough of that.
But we all did here in the States, and I'm glad some of you guys out of the country did too. Make our comments to the FAA. I have no idea whether that's gonna do any good or not, or whether it's a done deal or what. I hope not. As long as they just, I don't mind DJI's thing as long as they just don't broadcast to every average Joe out there where I'm standing.
That and paying for it are my concerns when there's already systems out there that we don't have to pay for. Lance is working just fine, or Lank, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
And you're not paying for it. So leave it alone. If you're going to make me pay for it, then make General Aviation pay for theirs. Every time they go up, make them pay.
Right.
Yeah.
Same rule. If you want to call it an aircraft.
Well, I hope it doesn't.
Amazon and FedEx pay for it. I mean, they're the ones taking the airspace, supposedly.
I'm just afraid that this is just their box tick of consultation, and take no notice of it whatsoever. And they will. I can guarantee you that they will take no notice of it.
Well, the consultation has been overwhelmingly negative. If they pay any attention, if they say they're going to pay attention to the consultation, then it won't pass in its current form. And if it does pass, we know how much notice they took of consultation, don't we?
Exactly right. And if anything, they may get ideas to improve on their crud. So people are going to be bringing up points. They'll go through these points and go, oh, yeah, we can add that too. You know?
Well, I mean, if you add, it's simple because right now they talk about, it's 309 pages long. I did not read the whole document.
Right.
Who did? Raise your hand if you did, because you're a better man than me. Well,
Wow.
then tell me what they were talking about when they said cybersecurity,
I
because
only
unless it's a
said the red-
digital, you know what I mean, a digitally certification and encrypted, anybody can break into it, spoof it. Matt can say that he's me. I mean, come on, man. You got no flight drones now. You got no
There's
flight.
no need to break into the stream. You know, they're going to be publishing the results in real time on a web page. Why hack into something that's going to be given to you on a plate? I'm totally opposed on principle. It does not address any real safety concern.
Right.
Now, they say that you have, in the United States, we have a right to privacy, but we don't have a right to privacy when we're out in public. But my bitch is, because you're in public, someone could take your photo and all that. But that does not give you the right to give someone else my location, position, and GPS position and all that. I don't think that was what the forefathers meant when they said right to privacy.
Right. That's dangerous stuff. People have shot drones out of the air with a shotgun. Now they're going to know where you're standing. They're going to come and confront you.
Yeah, well, like Kenny just said, that's the one I was talking about, Mike.
Right.
Where the guy
guy, yeah.
got jacked.
Steve Carpenter's out there getting his bloody pizza again. I forgot it was Friday night for you. Have fun, mate. Have fun. Have a slice for me.
Yeah, have a slice for me too.
Send it to me.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, Mike? How about you? At least I can run away from someone coming at me to steal my shit. You're in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
Well, you're defenseless.
Yeah, I mean,
Unless
you know, I've never felt threatened all that much. Although I was in a park kind of late once, and you know, people were pretty much heading out, but I was loading my table back in the van and stuff. Got a little nervous there, you know, because it got a little towards that weird hour in the evening, but I got out of there in time.
Well,
but if someone wanted to take my stuff, they just take it.
I got an idea, Mike. You know those big blades that Ben Hur has on the wheel of his chariot? Just cut them off off the knees, mate.
Right. A big charity, I think they call it. Yeah. In fact, that's a great movie. But you know, I would love to say, you know, play a tough guy and say, you know, defend myself or whatever. You got to carry yourself like you're not a victim, but like an easy mark. But you know, if some kids or whatever wanted to take off, I'm usually in good areas, though, in the country or nice areas, or if I'm downtown in the city, I'm usually with someone else too.
Don't think for a minute that I wasn't shaking in my boots when I was surrounded by gun-toting members of the bike gang who thought I was spying on their clubhouse. I was shaking as I was saying, I'm not filming you. I'm filming the Wawa being built.
Yeah, dude, that would have been horrendous.
That scared the shit out of me.
Yeah.
At first, you don't know what's going on. You know, people are running up at you.
Yeah, absolutely. That would have been a confusing freaking moment for you.
Yeah.
You know,
Because I'm facing the other way, flying.
And not only would it be confusing, you would think that it would have nothing to do with you because you're not doing anything wrong. And all of a sudden, you're the one they're after.
But because of the focal length, right, the focal distance with a 2-crop, I had to be back, which was about a quarter mile back in order to get the whole construction area in. It just happened to be sitting right on top of their clubhouse.
Unreal, dude.
Not too good.
No. And you're not looking down anyway. You're looking at what you're doing. Yeah. You know?
Did they calm down, Jim? You know, were they open to reason?
They calmed down after I showed them the video.
Yeah.
That's all that was the only thing that calmed them down. They thought I was a cop.
So they run at a cop with guns. That's smart.
Yeah. This is America.
God damn.
The criminals
10 of them can check out one of you.
It's funny, Jim. If it was me, they would have given me a pass. Bikers always love me because I'm in a wheelchair. They always assume I wiped out on a bike. Whenever in a biker bar or something.
Go with that one.
Yeah, stick with that.
Right? Yeah.
On Harley went
Indian
down.
Larry made it for me, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. I was being
Jesus.
chased by the cops and all that. I just got to say here, Nathaniel, he's looking at a drone, obviously, and he's looked at this Platinum. Great drone, the Platinum, very, very quiet. So if you want to sneak up on any bike groups like Jim loves to do, the Platinum is the drone for you. Peter Carroll here actually has one. So if you
have got one here somewhere, I think. Yeah.
he's flown it twice, I think, by now. He's only had it a year.
Three times I think I've flown it.
Have you?
I've had it since about the end of October or so, in November, I think. I got it, I think, around about then.
Yeah. But
Well,
a great
I
drone.
did fly it in the lounge room the other day just to drop the batteries down a bit.
Hey, Matt, have you filmed any in that full field of view mode with your Mavic 2 Pro yet?
No, I'm not
You'll
going
see that. You'll see that bow on the end.
I got no interest in that at all, dude. I looked at that yesterday too, although I didn't switch over to it because that was the setting that I was looking for. Because after that conversation we had last week, I knew it had that setting, and I just wanted to make sure. But as the footage that I took last week, I knew I wasn't in that setting because the footage that I took was absolutely fine.
It comes. I think it's automatically in that field of view mode. I had to change it to high quality mode.
Okay, well, someone's changed it then. The previous owner, because it wasn't in there. I had to go into that field of view. But yeah, HQ, that's for sure.
I mean, when you first get it, because everything's an online manual, right? You're saying to yourself, "What's high quality mode? It's a 4K camera."
Yeah.
What the hell are they talking about?
You got that right, Lloyd. They'll hear you coming from Alaska.
Is that loud? That Mavic Air?
It's
Here
shocking.
Here they are.
Yeah, it's got a good buzz to it, but it's a great little drone, though.
Good buzz to it. I like that.
When I was flying mine, what they heard most was me swearing.
Yeah. Connect, you bastard.
Yeah. What? 280 feet, lost connection.
It is so funny. I think I've told you guys before. I can go 700 feet to the left and lose connection, but I can go 3 miles to the right, and it'll keep the connection the whole way. One's in the neighborhood, one's out over the highway. That the neighborhood Wi-Fi affects you that much.
Yep, I shoot, and I did 265 the other day too, Al. Seems to be pretty cool.
Now, what do you do with it after you shoot in 265? Because you can't put that up on YouTube.
I edit it with 265. There's not much of an issue there. And although I haven't uploaded a video yet, it renders off at 265. I have the setting within Premiere.
It's a smaller file, right? Than the 4K?
No, 265. 265 is higher quality.
No,
Yeah,
I mean, it's a smaller file size.
Yeah,
okay.
more efficient compression.
Yeah. So I haven't looked at uploading or anything yet. I haven't rendered off at that yet. So there's another learning curve when it comes to different formats for me to edit with. So yeah, I'll be looking into that and the settings that I have, as I always bloody do. Everything.
Hi, Dan.
Yeah, everything new takes some more time to.
You guys need to be very, very careful taking advice from Matt North on video editing, or you'll find yourself playing with Adobe Premiere Pro and ripping out handfuls of your hair.
You speak from experience?
Very recent experience. Yeah, my first one goes up in about 22 hours. That's been fully done with Premiere Pro. I'm happy with the result, but yeah, notice the hairline's receding more.
Yeah. as I said to Ari, I said, you've been happy with all your stuff in the past. Once you stuff with the footage and see how good it can get, you will never put up another piece of footage that you haven't stuffed with.
It's true.
Now,
Yeah.
are you shooting, because I'm playing with Color Director now, trying to get used to it and using the lookup tables and all that crap, and I can actually change the HDR range. Are you shooting D-Log, or are you still shooting normal like you normally would and then changing it in your editor, your colors?
So
Anybody,
far,
actually.
so far, I'm still shooting in normal MP4 and D-Cine, like I think it is. However, I hadn't thought about that until you mentioned it right now, Jim. So I'm telling you now, the next time I go out, which will probably be with Matt, I'm going to record in D-Log and see what happens. Because now that I'm using Premiere Pro, I can change all the color settings. Why not? That up to now, because I've been using very basic packages, I haven't wanted to use it because the color is so flat.
That's the thing that I was talking about last week too. You can only shoot D-Log at 265. You can't shoot 264.
Well, there's DCI 4K. Isn't that on the Mavic 2 Pro where it says DCI? Mikey, am I right?
That I'm not sure because I only just started shooting in 4K in the last couple of videos. Otherwise, I was shooting in 2.7 before. And I edit on an iPad using LumaFusion. And so I don't think I could get... You can color grade on LumaFusion, but right now I'm just going to stick with the regular, color profile in regular 4K.
It's not bad. I really don't have any complaints with it.
I tweak it a little bit, in there. But the iPad, the 2018 iPad, can render that version of 4K no problem.
I've got an 11-inch Pro with LumaFusion, Mike. I'm going to give it a go shortly.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You got to push it, Pete. You got to push it.
I know. Just going back to Nathaniel Lee's question from earlier, I'll just give him an answer. As I said, I've only flown the Mavic Pro Platinum about three times. All
right, thanks for that, Peter. What else were you saying, Mike?
Push that mute button with you, Matt. I've only flown it about 3 times, and I've used 2.7K on all those occasions. And I've been very happy with the video quality.
Don't wuss out, Peter. Go 4K.
What? Stop interrupting.
One good thing, Ari, about LumaFusion, when you start using it, when you shoot at 4K at 100 megabits, it does handle, it recognizes it, and it will upload at 100 megabits.
Right.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
When I bought the iPad, I bought the iPad Pro with the 512 gigs of storage simply because I have been out on a couple of jobs when they said to me, can you give me something now? Because I said, I'm going to go home and I'll process it and I'll have it back to you, tomorrow morning. Can you give me something now to show the boss? And it's always been, no, I'm sorry, I can't. So I thought, bugger it, I'll get a Pro and I can just knock something up before I go home. But I haven't yet had an opportunity, a need to use it.
Okay, I'm going to jump in right now. Nathaniel did actually ask me after that because obviously he typed that before Peter answered. But I will tell you, Nathaniel, if you want to go and look at some footage and what have you that I have on my channel, the Mavic Pro Platinum is exactly the same camera as the Mavic Pro 1 that I use on the footage on my channel. So that will give you a good idea of the quality of the Platinum's camera. It's quite capable, very, very good camera. I don't
And
mind
that's
it.
after YouTube compressed the crap out of it.
Yeah, well, that's right. But as I render, I bump the bit rate to 80 to 85. Target bit rate at 80, which is 20 above what the Pro shoots at. So that obviously increases your file size, but that's not too much of a worry with this MBN I've got here, so it doesn't take much. But I always up that bit rate.
Don't forget that your Mavic 2 Pro is shooting at 100 megabits a second now
That's right.
when you're editing.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I got a question for you. When you go to export the video and you choose an output profile, do you choose one of their preset profiles, or do you set it all yourself?
Yeah.
That was what I was doing wrong, Ari. I was using their presets, and I didn't know you could change it. But there's a stupid thing called Profile Analyzer up there that you got to click on, and that goes up to the 100 megabits a second. It actually will search and see what you recorded at.
The one that's coming up tomorrow, I just put it out in YouTube 2160 high def and use that one. I'll get round to playing with the profiles later. My brain hurts already.
But what was mine, Matt? What was it? Half? It was like 56 or 50 that it was megabits a second, right?
Yeah, ridiculous.
I think Kenny turned me on to that.
For LumaFusion, if you know that guy Air Photography that has a station channel up in Canada, he does really good LumaFusion tutorials. That's where I was able to wrap my head around that program without my eyes glazing over. So, for Ari's reference, he was at use, you know.
He gets into a lot of stuff because he does some Cyberlink too.
Yeah, he's all over the place. I mean, his channel's huge. He got huge, fast.
There's another one who does tutorials on LumaFusion too, and that's good old Tammy Unpronounceable, I think her second name is. She does a lot of good stuff on LumaFusion as well.
Oh, that pretty lady?
Yeah, Tammy.
Humping ass, you said?
Yeah. Like she's actually just put up a couple of tutorials on the actually on the audio editing, which is something I didn't know anything about, but so she just put up a couple of tutorials on that.
Well, that doesn't surprise us, Peter.
At least I'm trying to learn.
Who was that you recommended, Mike?
Mike,
his name is Air Photography.
Yeah.
He's a Canadian guy.
Two words.
Yeah.
Good night, Dan. I'll check it out. And Matt, I saw you muting me then. As I told you last week, I've got an air conditioner about 3 feet to my left. If that's coming through, let me know and I'll shut it off.
I wondered because there was some noise, and I'm thinking, where's that coming from? Thanks, Dan. Good on you, buddy.
How's that? Better for you?
Cletus McFarland.
Yeah, but now you're sweating, mate.
Yeah, well, I'm always sweating when I'm with you, Matt. Don't fly under that bridge. Someone might have left fishing line hanging down. Look out for that tree.
Tell me something. Have you still got your Mavic Pro 2?
Yeah, but I've still got all my other drones, and I flew them under bridges too.
Yeah. Well, the one day where you won't.
That's what the other ones are for.
Yeah.
Right. If I run out of drones, if I crash my Inspire, I know who I can ask for some parts.
Yep.
Oh, dearie me. Going to bed, Aussie funds.
You know what, though? You find you tend to like one over the other, and you try and you wind up flying one more than the other. Because Mike, you got the Pro and a smaller one, don't you?
Yeah, I've got the Pro and the Mavic Air. And you know, if I had to do over again, I wouldn't buy the Mavic Air because why? It's not, you know, that much more portable. And you know, with the Pro, it's like I have also used the smart controller, so you can't use that for the Mavic Air. And once you use that smart controller, I mean, for my case anyway, it's totally awesome. And I never want to go back to the regular controller if I can help it.
The brightness, right?
The brightness, it's even slightly bigger than a phone, I would say. But the brightness kind of makes, you know, every little bit of telemetry stand out really well. And the range is pretty much as good. And, you know, the fact that it's all in one, and for me, I have finger trouble dexterity, you know, so I don't have to plug in the phone and all that. It's a godsend for me. I love it.
Let me ask you something. How many batteries you got for your Pro?
I got about 7.
Okay. In any one flying day, do you go through those 7?
No, because one of them I just opened the other day for the upcoming season. Most batteries I've done a day is 5.
Okay. So
that's a lot of flying.
Yeah. What percentage do you take that down to when you're flying?
The controller,
No.
battery.
the batteries. I try to bring it down. I have my warning set for about 27%.
Okay.
And I try and get it on the ground at about 20%.
Okay, now that's cool. I'm just trying to get a perspective of flight time and how long the battery in that smart controller lasts. Because I know a comparison between the Pro and the Pro 2 compared to how many batteries I run to how much percentage I've got left on my controller. So after those 5 batteries, what's your percentage on that controller?
That I don't know if I've flown 5 batteries on the controller, but I've done I think I've done at least 4 this past summer, and no problem. I could have done a couple of more batteries.
Even
Okay.
that's a lot. I'm getting 21 minutes per battery,
Really?
and I've only got 3 batteries. That's an hour of flying, man. I can't.
Yeah.
You guys are crazy.
Yeah, the smart controller and most of the flying I've done is middle of the day where I've got the brightness up to about 80% or so. You know, you don't have to have it all the way up all the time, and that'll save some life on a smart controller as well. And if you're flying at night, you got to turn it way down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm with you, man. I'm always on the ground at 20%, but
Yeah.
you carry a big portable power bank. You can charge the smart controller off that, can't you, Mike?
Yeah, you can actually charge it while you're flying.
Then the way to go. I would never own a smart controller. I got too many drones that don't support it, and too many software packages I use when I'm operating commercially that the controller doesn't support. But if I was flying just the Mavic 2 and I was flying recreationally,
Yeah.
I'd jump on one.
It
They're
only
over-
works for 2 drones, right?
They're over $1,000 now over here in Australia, so that's
Right.
a lot. It's something I'm going to use.
Yeah.
I
You probably use an iPad anyway, don't you, Ari?
iPad Mini 5,
Yeah.
in a lot of box case, and I've got a sunshade, one of these Polar Pro ones. It manages. The Australian sun is, it's pretty harsh, but I can always do what I'm doing.
Hey, it's how we all started in 2015. I was using sunscreens and all that,
Right.
and having my iPad Mini overheat.
Yeah.
The 5 doesn't do that. It runs as cool as. Look, I can't complain. It's I have had precisely 0.000 app crashes on the Apple operating system, and I was an Android guy always before I started flying drones. It's small, it's portable, it's robust. I got 250 gigs of storage, 56 gigs of storage on it. I can't complain.
Right.
It's the only I can't run the GS Pro program on anything but iOS, so I had to get the iPad Mini.
See, there's something too which I remembered after the fact last week too was the automatic charging of the device you're using. Now, when it comes to Android, the Go4 app does not allow you to turn that off.
Really?
No, if you are using Android, you're going to be charging the device whenever. When you're using iOS, you've got a problem, and that's one of the things that used to shit me about the Android. Using the Android was the fact that I could not turn that off.
Right.
Yeah, I shut that off.
Yeah, well, okay, you're using an iOS, so you're laughing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, for me, it's just the smart controller is all in one. And for me, that's, it costs a lot, but that's a big selling point for me. Otherwise, I'd still be using a regular controller plus an iPhone 6.
I think it's a horses for courses thing, Mike, and for certain people, it's the duck's nuts.
Right.
Well, they've done studies, and I think the iPad was 391 nits versus the 1,000. I mean, in bright Florida sun, I have no problem at all with that Crystal Sky monitor, which is what's in, same thing in the.
Right.
Yeah, Crystal Sky, it's great. I mean, I had a look at one the other day. Not Crystal Sky. I had a look at the smart controller, and it was okay. But for me, as I was I think I told you last week, Mike, or we've had a discussion at some point that it was too small for me because I was used to the 9.7 screen.
Right.
Yeah.
With that 9.7, as if you noticed last week, Ari, I wanted to stand in the shade to fly. Not only because I didn't want to get sunburnt, that iPad will go pop.
Oh yeah.
It gets way too hot. So I've got to keep that screen out of the sun. Even with a visor on it, still seems to heat
You
up.
know what it does, Matt? It shuts down on you.
Yeah, I've had it done. I've had
it shut down, and you're sitting there, and then, all right, but luckily you can still control the drone, you know. But you freak out when when that baby overheating shuts down.
Yeah.
The-
Yeah. I
The
told
thing
you that.
with the 5 is, sorry, Matt.
You're right.
I was just going to say, the thing with the 5 is it's got the A12 processor. It's never working hard. I just think I've used 4s and they get really hot. The 5.
Do you have cellular on that, Ari?
Yes, yeah.
That was the one mistake I made. I didn't get it with cellular, so I can't do a hotspot.
Hey, Newfound Drone Productions.
I had to
just
do it.
watched some of his videos today.
Yeah, Bill. His name's Bill, mate.
Bill?
And
Yeah,
Organized Confusion. I was watching his. He had a
Yeah,
live stream early.
Yeah.
cool.
Drone,
I-
Guys, I'm gonna head out. It's 10 p.m. here, and we lose an hour of sleep tomorrow night. So I hate that, but anyway.
oh, no, good
uh,
for pop, mate. Thank you very much, mate.
Yeah, thanks for having me in, man. And you know, Ari or Jim, thanks for sending me the link. I got to make sure and get you guys' phone numbers so we, you know, you guys seem to have each other's. I want to, so that way you can get in touch with me and whatever, you know.
I've got your email. I got to send you an email and ask you to change phone numbers.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. That sounds good.
They're not going to call us, Matt or Peter, after Philly Mike ran up a 600.
No, now
like,
with the with Messenger, we can call you. It's easy.
Yeah.
Actually, Ari, you and I could FaceTime, couldn't we?
I can actually call you guys. I don't know what the issue is. I've got a phone plan with international calling on it for about 14 countries for free. I can call you at home, and I don't pay anything for it. So, gee,
Who are you using?
I'm using Telstra, which is our big national carrier.
I don't get that. I even with Magic Jack, which is the voice over internet, I'd still have to pay to call you.
I'm surprised because usually here and down under we pay more for everything, but I'm on an expensive phone plan. Telstra is always more expensive than everybody else, but they've got the biggest network. But yeah, I get 14 countries. It costs me an extra $10 a bill, and it just costs me one local call. That's it.
What happened with Philly Mike?
He rang iSpike to wish him happy Merry Christmas, and a week later, his good lady was saying, "It's $600 freaking dollars! Oh my god!"
Wow.
Wow.
But if we FaceTimed or whatever, that's free over Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
You know, so but that's the only iOS, guys. Anyway, I'm gonna head out. Thanks a lot. Good to see you guys.
Mike.
Peter, good to see you. Jim, Ari,
Good to see you.
thanks again, Matt.
Always a pleasure,
All
mate.
right, I'll
Good
catch you guys later.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Cheers, buddy.
You know, I always wonder why Facebook is free. Are they listening to the conversation? Are they recording? Shh. Why is it free? That bothers me.
Yeah, we use it all the time. I was on it this morning with Jim. We were having a chat before the live.
That's how I called Rick. I pocket dialed him at 3 a.m.
Oh, Andy, Osbeach Andy, how are you, buddy? Now,
Andy.
I have seen Brent Ariels in the chat. I've got to say g'day. He's been there for a while.
I got to get Kenny's phone number because we need to have him on more. He knows his stuff.
Excuse me for a second, Matt. Seriously, how disruptive is that air conditioner?
I can't hear it, mate.
But it's off now. That's why.
We only heard it the one time.
Is that one of those old Kelvinators in the wall?
No, it's one of those.
Oh, it's the big room air. I had one of those and the damn thing broke on me.
I finished fixing my bedroom one yesterday because I'm in a rented house. So I'm not putting them in the wall.
Yeah. Yeah, we do that quite a bit. And
I know nothing. You know more than me, Kenny. I'll tell you that.
I told you he knew jack shit last time.
I'm studying my color director now I don't know why I'm looking to mess with colors. That's the last thing I need to screw up.
Look, I've just made my crappy footage crappier.
Yeah. I didn't even know. I didn't even realize that I was putting them out at half the bit rate at 50 megabits a second on the preset.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize it was Steve Carpenter who said, "Wow, Jim, that looks fantastic." When we finally got it right, Kenny told me what to do on this show, and I was like, "God damn! All those videos are
Crud.
less than they should be."
Yeah. Yeah, it makes you angry, doesn't it?
Okay, looks like I'm remixing tomorrow's video before it goes to air.
Do it, dude. Make sure you render out that bit rate, man.
Yeah, yep.
It wouldn't be the first time I've deleted something an hour before it went live and redone it. Usually through a spelling mistake. My
Have
son
you?
says,
What time do you put yours out? Oh, sorry. Go on.
Yeah, 10 a.m. local, which is I think 7 p.m. for you guys.
In his state, anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another thing. You've got to find your good time to put them out too. Do you do it at dinner time? 5 p.m. when people are sitting down eating. Do you do it before that? I don't know.
Yeah. I generally put mine out around about 10 to 11, which gives me that 8 or 9 o'clock. Sort of thing.
What do you guys in the chat do?
I just put mine out when I finish rendering them. I put them out.
Yeah, all 10 of them.
Doesn't matter what. Yeah. Oh, no.
A day.
Yeah. They're 10 of very high quality, those, you know.
Of course, not all of us deal in adult movies, yeah.
Isn't the quantity, it's a quality.
If Ron wasn't fishing in Alaska, he'd be on your ass about that duck.
It's not a duck. Some sort of Canadian bird, that one.
You don't even know what you got?
As Chris would call it, a yellow blue jay.
Thomas O'Sullivan reckons that he doesn't put anything out because he's got no content. Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but when I heard Peter Carroll saying before that he's only flown his platinum 3 times since last year, I know this guy who's got a Mavic 2 Zone and he's had it at least that long and he's only flown it once. Not mentioning any names. Not mentioning any names at all.
Who is it?
Thomas.
No, Tomas has the Mavic 2 Pro, don't he?
No, Zoom.
Yeah.
Zoom? You still haven't taken that thing out? All right, Lloyd puts his out at midnight. There's a sweet time. If you can even look that up. There's a certain time for like Instagram and Twitter and all that. There are times and days of the week that you're going to get more views or whatever.
I look at it like this. If I go at say 10 or 11 to say 7 or 8 your time, right? I look at it like, and that's usually a Saturday for you. It's a Sunday for me. Sunday morning I'll upload. Now that gives people time to either get back at what they're doing, have their dinner. They'd be more likely to be sitting at the computer at around about 7 or 8 at night than 5 in the afternoon. It seems to be a very busy time, between 3 to 6, where people are doing things. So if they're going to be at home, they're more likely going to be at home between 7 and 8 o'clock.
There's a good one that Brent Ariel's just put up there.
Gary writes, doesn't matter when the hell I put it out. Nobody watches the damn thing.
I watch Gary's videos.
Shit, speaking of which, have I had a look at your channel? Oh my God.
I put this out in the group, but I know you guys don't go to the group that often. There is a new analytic by YouTube saying if they put it out to your subscribers or not, if your notifications went out, and to how many people got notified. Yeah, it'll tell you when you put your video up, how many of your friends or subscribers got notified. Why wouldn't it be 100%?
You'd think so.
Never is.
I don't get it.
Hi, guys, look at this demographic, and you can see how incompetent we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see your real friends. It
does. It tells you how many of them watched.
Yeah. It's hard though. It's very hard.
Thank God it doesn't say who. Jim did not watch your video, Matt.
That comes up on mine every day. You. You know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it now because I said I would for him. This fella here, Big Papa Paul's Radio Control Adventures. He got some fantastic footage of these RC trucks and stuff, and they got the cameras right down low, and these things struggling to get through the mud and up the hill. It's pretty cool stuff. I love it. And he was actually my 500th subscriber. And I told him that I'd do a shout out in my live, and good on him, mate. Thanks very much for that. Yeah, that's the content of what he's got there. And yeah, it's worth checking out. It's something
Play
interesting.
one.
Yeah, I could do that too.
Play a couple of minutes of it. You don't have to play the whole thing.
Fair use.
Put a link in the chat too, so we can.
Yeah, I can do that. I
Check
won't
it
say
out.
Let's just
I
have a look.
saw. I didn't know that this was that big, Matt. But
Look at this thing.
apparently, there's groups that get together,
Yeah, dude.
just
Look at
like
this.
Mile of Fun. Yeah.
Check out the diff setup and the steering and the suspension. Jeez, I tell you, they go all out. Look at the mud on it.
Darn
Yeah.
thing's a six wheeler.
You'd think it was a scale model or something.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd think that, wouldn't you?
Okay, I want one.
I know.
It doesn't even have the big knobby tires. That's what I was looking for. No problem though.
Look at it. Oh, look at their suspension. I'll tell you what, they sorted them out.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff, man. Awesome. I was looking at one the other day, going through the snow and everything, and there was some. And one had a winch on the front of it, and he'd hooked it up to one that had tipped over, and he winched him out.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. Oh,
Come on!
Don't mind us, you guys in chat. We're watching.
Amazing. I think I'll sell a drone and buy one of those. I think. Yeah.
yeah,
We
yeah.
all might be doing that if remote ID comes in.
Yeah. Hey, they'll put a stop to this too. You watch. Oh, look at the destruction.
Yeah, look. Too much.
Oh no.
Love that shit, man. That's awesome. That's awesome.
That was fun.
Yeah.
So I will stop that now. But yeah, good on him, and thanks very much for joining up. Really appreciate it. I will put a link there in the chat if anyone wants to check it out. I'll go like that.
Al Diaz says, in general, the best time to put your video up is between 2 and 4 p.m. Central or Eastern Standard Time, the most densely populated internet active time.
Depends
2 and 4 p.m.
where you live, of course.
That's weekdays.
Yeah. Now, I get a lot of my views on from Facebook. And the one thing that'll happen to you there is, you know how once you put up something, then 5 other people put up dumb shit, and all of a sudden you're buried.
Yeah, and it's the dumb shit that gets the views.
Yeah. So, like, you got to be on time with that thing. So I'll usually post on a Friday or a Saturday morning, a Friday evening or a Saturday morning if I'm going in those groups.
Somebody looking for a banning there, Matt. They mentioned the weight word.
Hey,
Somebody, Newfound Drone Productions, is looking for a banning, mate. He's talking about our weight.
no, I haven't actually. I actually lost weight. So
He's calling you a fat bastard.
yes, he's calling me a fat. Anyway.
Unless he was talking to me.
He must have that mixed up.
In which case, no, I've got the doctor's office to prove it.
Yeah, yeah. No, I haven't put on weight, mate. God damn. Do I look?
Oh, no, he said Matt. Yeah. He said, Matt, you are a fat bastard. Did you put on weight?
Yeah, yeah. You used to be so slim.
Just remember this, guys. I'm a fat bastard with a marksmanship qualification and a second hand.
Call me fat bastard from 1,001 yards away because I've qualified at 1,000.
As I tell my daughter's boyfriends, you know, I can hit a target the size of your scrotum at 1,000 meters. Remember it.
You screwed him. The bullet wasn't enough. He had to say your scrotum.
What's that? You want a chance? Okay, swing them.
Yeah. Look like a ram running away.
It's a tough group.
Hey, Jim. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm going to ask you a question. Did you have a chance to try out that GoPro Media Mod thing you bought?
Yeah. It takes a... You know, the reason I got it was also so that I could add those extras on, like put the Rode Video Mic Pro, because that's a nice little tiny beautiful mic. That's an excellent mic. I've got it on the Osmo. And it's got 2 cold shoes on it.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
But
Because I think the actual built-in mics, I think, are supposed to be still sort of reasonably average, I think, from what I've heard.
yeah.
You really need to add an external mic to get the best out of it.
Yeah, they're not fantastic. And it takes away the waterproofing, too.
Yeah.
But you gain the HDMI port, you gain the USB-C port, the 3.5 port. You know, you do gain, but it's $80 friggin', way overpriced.
Yeah, they're up around about $120, $130 here.
Whereas you've got the 7, don't you?
Yeah,
And you have all those external on there already.
yeah.
Matt, you can tell he lives in the US. He's bitching about $80. Shit, you know, we go down to McDonald's and buy Big Mac and fries, $80. You know.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah, I'll tell you.
You can't get me to eat that shit since the 70s. I mean, that burger's gotten smaller and smaller, and it ain't even meat anymore. I don't even know what the hell it is.
They had that argument out here, you know, are the burgers getting smaller? And they've been arguing it back and forth for a couple of decades. And then they managed to dig up the guy who did the very first television ad for McDonald's in Australia. It was like about 27 years ago. Had a quarter pounder in his hand, and they gave him today's quarter pounder, and it's sort of argue with that.
Well, this is the thing, and a quarter pounder is a quarter pound in the States.
Before cooking.
Eh? Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, they shrink considerably over the hot plates here in Australia, and they're not what they used to be. That's for sure. Yeah.
But they're allowed to put so many byproducts in it. I just won't eat the crap. I won't.
Yeah.
Here in Australia, they've got Hungry Jack's, which is Burger King in the United States, and their signature burger is the Whopper. Yeah, and they used to claim takes 2 hands to handle a Whopper. You know, it sounds like me talking about my endowment to young ladies when I was a few years younger. It's a Whopper. It's anyway. Yeah.
Is that true?
It is, absolutely. Man, people have gone mental here. Mental. Now, I don't know if you know what I do. I deliver to Coles, right? So it's a supermarket. Now, I've been called out from driving my fridge. I usually drive the fridges, which is, you know, all the cold stuff, fridges, freezer, all that sort of shit. And I was called on 3 separate occasions last week to go fly down to the Dry's yard because they are having around about 80 loads more than their Christmas loads because people are going spastic over here over, I don't know why toilet paper, but they are because of this coronavirus.
And they think it's made in China. It's not. It's made here at Sumner Park.
Well, this is it.
In Brisbane, you know.
Man, people are going crazy. The shelves are empty. Toilet paper, tissues, not so much canned foods and all that. People are doomsday prepping just in case. And these supermarkets are being flooded. Now, these toilet papers, I cannot believe it. People get into these things and they just, I don't know, they go into a mass panic. And I don't know why. I do not know why.
The doomsday prepping for their ass, you know, food and
I don't get it.
Input and output. That's it, buddy.
I don't get it.
Yeah,
We've got them. The state of Florida has set up a hotline number now. I think there's one person in the state has it. I could care less about it, but people on Facebook are going nuts.
Well, to put it bluntly, man, you know, don't think I'm going to take a crap till the coronavirus is over.
You're supposed to wash your hands and use that. What is that crap the girls have?
Sanitizer, what do they call it?
Sanitizer. Thank you.
They had a woman in the news here last night. This made me laugh. She made a mistake. She was buying toilet paper online about a month ago, and she clicked on 48 for the quantity, and she thought that it was 48 rolls, and she ordered 48 cartons. So last week they delivered 12 years worth of toilet paper, and all of her friends were making fun out of her. As she said on the news last night, they're not laughing now. They're ringing up and asking me, can I spare a few rolls?
Yeah, for $1 or $2. Purell, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I went to the supermarket last Tuesday, and I
Just use some palm leaves.
Oh, unreal.
That'll give you a nice ass. It's like razor blades, those palm leaves. I'm sorry, Peter. Were you trying to say something?
Was trying, but you kept
Okay,
on.
give it up, man. We're trying to talk here. What were you saying, Matt?
Hey, Matty, you got that mute button there? Could you give him a mute for a minute? I was trying to say something, but
Peter gets upset for real, people. Don't think he's not upset right now. He's pissed.
no.
Go ahead, Pete.
What I was trying to say was last Tuesday I went to the supermarket. I was a little bit worried because I heard about all this sort of mass hysteria of going on in supermarkets. So I pulled into the car park, and it was just the same as normal. I got a parking spot pretty close to the door, and there wasn't the same amount of people in there. So I went around and bought all the stuff, and got up to the toilet paper aisle. Had a look up there, empty. Everything else was everything else was normal, but unfortunately, toilet paper was on my list. But there was a couple of packs of some fairly expensive ones there, so I bought one of those, and it's great.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Does the price go up when you get in these situations?
Nah.
No,
No.
it won't.
Matt, is it okay if I share my screen briefly?
Yeah, mate.
Okay, just got to find. This made me laugh. Hang on. They're trying to give me alerts. This made me laugh. I saw this picture pop up. I'll show you a picture of our local shopping centre. The aisles there cracked me up. There we go, and bring it up. That's our local shelves, and that's
okay.
the vegan food section. I love that
Why is everything else gone?
because people know what real food is.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I want to apologise in advance, Peter. The difference between Jim and I is I may talk over the top of you, but I won't gloat about it.
I've noticed that. Yeah.
Oh, look, I'm trying to find something here.
I still don't get the toilet paper run.
No, me either.
Neither do we. It's craziness. It's knee jerk.
But what could it? It's not going to stop you from getting the virus.
No, that's right.
The only thing, Ken, is that China released an announcement yesterday that a lot of their people who are cured and leaving hospital are falling sick again and dying.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
So apparently the tests when you leave hospital, they're not able to detect the level of virus, but there is still some in your system.
I read that also, Kenny, that more than half had recovered.
Hey, let me just share something with you. You know Tony, who I go flying with every now and again.
The
Cheers.
hell was that? Don't break it.
Taxi. This is what he did for YouTube the other day. Facebook. Oh, hang on.
Anthony. Yeah, we know Anthony.
Hang on. This is crud. Let me.
Wait, he's saving the last sheet.
Yeah, you watch. Now, what I might do is, it's pretty low. It's pretty low.
Oh, okay. Mute us and put them up.
Yeah, I might do that, mate. I'll just go like this. Okay.
Help you. Down to your last piece of toilet paper. Well, here's a trick that may help you. Just get out of that trouble. Your last sheet, Fold it in half. Fold that in half again. It's in a quarter. Take a little piece out of the top corner that has been folded and put that aside. Don't lose this piece. Open your sheet back up. Put your finger in the hole. Dig deep. Dig real deep. Once it's on there, fold the toilet paper over and just clean it as it comes off. Clean finger. Now this piece here, very important piece. So you fold that up nice and tight. You can get that under your nail. To clean it all. See?
Desperate times indeed.
Matt, I'm suddenly uncomfortable with being numbered amongst your friends.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Australia is honestly a cultured nation. Honestly.
Hey, it's inventive.
It is, yeah.
Hard times calls for hard action. And he's just
I believe that too, Kenny. If you're a naturally healthy person, you've got nothing to fear than like the regular flu that comes every year, which I haven't got, and I can't remember in how long. Do you guys get your flu shots?
no.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
You get them, Pete?
Yeah. They've even had a pneumonia one too this year.
I'm worried.
For life.
I'm worried. I'm running one lung and liver, pancreas, and kidney damage, and a tumor the size of a tub of butter in my chest. Yeah, I'm worried.
Do you have many cases over there of the virus?
About 35, isn't it, Peter?
Something like that, yeah, 35, 40 or something, yeah. Yeah.
It's a shame they don't catch these things earlier because everybody's up in the airplanes, you know, or the cruise ships or whatever.
Look, we're all going to get it. That's pretty much the tip. And I don't argue with that. I just think the best thing you can do is, and I've said this to the kids, we will go into sort of semi-isolation when it gets bad, because I think your best chance is just don't catch it until the rush has run over. That way, if I need to go to the hospital, there'll be plenty of resources. I don't want to turn up when it's standing room only in the hallways.
In all seriousness, though, how much in SARS did you see?
This is way more transmissible than SARS or MERS. Probably not as dangerous, but way more transmissible.
Is it?
Yeah,
It's got a 2-week incubation period.
more. They've now got cases turning up not until 27 days after exposure.
Wow, you follow it a lot more than I do.
What can I say? I'm disgustingly well read.
I didn't hear the well read bit.
Yeah, I'm disgusting. And well read.
Sorry, mate.
It's all good, bud. Your turn will come. It's all good.
It is all good. Look,
MRE rations come with 4 squares of toilet paper.
oh, this is shit. Look at this weather, Ari. God damn it.
I know. It's your fault, man.
I've got 4 batteries here. It took 3 weeks to charge them all at once. And they're ready to go. And the wind's up. The clouds are out. It's doing my head in.
I got 3 batteries from a Mavic 2 charged up for yesterday, which I couldn't fly because it rained on me. I thought, it's all right. Matt will want to go flying after the broadcast. Yeah. Huh.
What do you I set mine at 3 days. It's probably too short a period.
No.
No? I was going
3
to
days.
ask you guys what you set yours at.
Mine's. I don't leave batteries charged for, and to be quite honest, I don't make the 3 days. If I don't go flying, I'll fly it down in the lounge. I don't like batteries to be all hyped up and ready to pump, It's just too much energy in there. So I just take them out and I take them down to the 60%. And you know what? Now, listen to this. If you discharge your batteries, now I haven't tried this, but Anthony told me this is what was happening. If you discharge your batteries to 65%, I mean, this is purely for resale or anything like that. If you go to above 60% and you recharge that battery, it won't count as a charge cycle on your details of that battery.
I didn't know that.
There's a point at which I think it now I don't know, so I'm just saying it. Like if you have a 70% charge, when you go to put it on the charger, it won't charge up fully. You have to drain it down more to get that thing to kick on.
Yeah, about 95%, Jim.
95?
Yeah, 95.
Because I've had it with, so that could be possible because I had 3 bars.
85, my mistake.
85, okay. Because I had 3 bars clicking, and I said, well, let me charge this up before I go out. And it wouldn't take it. It wouldn't start charging. I had to drain more first.
I'm with Matt. I don't like leaving mine charged. However, you know, if I was, say, traveling around the countryside or whatever, and I didn't have the ability to flatten it, that's why I leave it on 3 days. I have, as an experiment, once let it go 3 days and self-discharge. In the case, all worked fine, no overheating, and discharged itself down. So it's comforting to know I've got the backstop there, but I'm like Matt. If I don't use it within about 48 hours, I'll go out and fly around the yard until it gets flat or down anyway, below 50.
Yeah.
You know, that was interesting, that comment that Dan left about an hour ago that said not to take it down below 15%.
Yep.
Because as we all know, they tell you to take it to 8% in order to kick.
That's only in the case of if you've got uneven cell voltage. And I'll take them below 8% to fix that problem, Jim, because, you know, what have you got? You've got a stuffed battery pack. What do you got to lose?
Hey, Joe. Yeah, but yeah. Right.
Yeah, to set up that discharge in the battery, I assume you have to put the battery in the drone and set them each one individually, do you?
Yes, in the battery section of the Mavic 2.
Because I've noticed, I think one of mine sort of self-discharges, but the other 2 don't, so I've probably got to put them into the drone and set them up. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
And the same with firmware, too. When it wants to do a firmware update, each battery has to go in and do the update. Yeah, Rick, you may be right. Maybe he's talking about FPV batteries.
Who?
Dan, Drone Worship was talking about not going below 15%. But you have to bring it down to 5 to 8% to do that deep discharge, which they want you to do at least every 100 flights, is it? Air Data has it on there. It tells me when to do it.
It was said. It said 8. You said 8% last week. Yeah. But I wasn't sure it was 100 flights. Now, 100 flights could mean different scenarios for each battery too.
Yes.
You know. So. You know.
Like look at mine. I had the drone for a year and only had 39 charges on it.
Here we go.
What were you saying, Ari? Sorry.
I'm just saying goodbye to Ken Cardoso Media is leaving. Look, what happens with those batteries is how you treat them makes a huge difference. The 2 examples I can think of is Philly Mike. I mean, he flies every single day, sometimes more than once a day. And I would imagine that, you know, he's pressed a little bit for time to do proper battery care and maintenance.
Oh, yeah.
And he was saying that he starts to get decreased performance after about 100 flights. I know guys out here in this country who are commercial operators, and their batteries are still flying at 500 flights with really barely noticeable degradation at all. But, you know, they have aftermarket equipment for discharging and keep them on floating charge. They look after them.
I will not start recharging that thing until it's sat for at least an hour.
Yep. They say rough rule of thumb when I did the REPL is cool your battery for as long as you flew your battery. but I give it a bit more.
I do give it more. I'm a stickler on that because I know they'll burn out.
Well, mine, I've got no choice with these Pro batteries because I haven't got a charger in the car for them. But car chargers, obviously, I haven't got one. But that used to be the case when I had the Spark because I'd be charging them on the road all day long. And yeah, have to wait till they cool down, man. And actually, the charger that I use for the Spark won't charge them unless they're at a specific temperature, and it will just flash, won't do anything until it reaches the temperature it needs, and then it will recharge. But even then, it's probably not cool enough.
I've had situations where, and you guys know during your summertime, when you're driving in the car, if you don't have the air conditioning on, I've gotten to the point where I open up the battery case because I've got a separate case for the batteries, that I'll open that up and let the air conditioning hit them. Because, you know, it's 90 degrees and 100% humidity, and you guys had temperatures over 100 degrees there.
Yep.
So
I don't even like leaving the equipment in the car. If I walk away from the car, if I can't leave the car running, if it's not within sight and I can leave the car running with the air conditioning going, I take the gear out of the car and take it with me. I won't even drive somewhere with the gear in the boot on a summer's day. It's in the car with me.
Yeah.
is it 104 degrees or 140 degrees that they don't want you flying it over? Do you guys remember?
It'd have, oh look, it'd be 104 because that'd be like 40 something degrees here in Australia.
I think they're talking about the battery temperature, Matt, and I know that they regularly get reported up around 120 to 130. So I think it's 140 is the operating temperature of the battery, not the ambient temperature.
Oh, okay. Because I have had massive overheating problems with the Spark, where return to home option was no longer available because I was flying. It was 47 degrees here, which is over the 100 there in the US. And I was only flying for 3 or 4 minutes, and I was over water doing all sorts of stupid things, and all these warnings were coming up. This is shutting down. This is shutting down, to try and get the drone to self-cool. So I turned that bitch around straight back to my car and put it in front of the air conditioner, and cooled it down, and then flew for another 3 or 4 minutes. But hot, man, hot. Didn't like it.
If you're going to ask me for the weak spot of most DJI drones, it's cooling. I don't. They're like outboard motors. You know, they want to be moving and pumping. I don't like to even sit mine on the desk and do a firmware upgrade unless I've got the air conditioner or a fan running on it.
You know, the only one I've actually seen with a fan is the DJI Inspire models. They have a fan inside them.
Yeah, so does the Mavic and the Mavic Air.
I know the controller does. You have air conditioning in your car? Oh. I'll tell you a story. I had a car.
Merlot.
Your Merlot.
It'd be hard to find a new car without air conditioner over here now.
Yeah, that's right.
Hard to buy one without an air conditioner.
I had a car that, this is back when you're young and stupid. I think I was 16 or something like that. It had no heating in the middle of the wintertime. This was a clunker, boys. I was taking the ice scraper to clean the windshield off from the ice because the car had no heater and it couldn't defrost the windshield. So I'm driving with one hand and my other hand's clearing the ice off the windshield. Long time ago.
Yeah, Matt. Sorry, I was just sending a link.
Ice on the windshield. You know, do you really believe them, Matt? Do you think that sort of thing really happens? I'm not even convinced that snow's real. You know,
mate. Absolutely, dude. I tell you, I've had some horrendous mornings in Canada, and trying to do it on a truck windscreen is a lot harder than a car. Scraping that off, you get them, and they got the scrapers, but you got to wear gloves, otherwise your hand will just freeze to bits, man.
Yeah.
And just scraping the shit off the windscreen. Oh my god.
It's the VW Beetle. That's air cooled.
Do not even start me. I used to have one. 1964.
A Beetle?
Volt. Yeah, 6 volt. Would not start before 7:30 in the morning. I could get downstairs at 7:29 and turn the key. At 7:31, roar, dack, 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 dack. Of course, I used to have to leave for work at 7 a.m. So every morning the neighbours were treated to the side of me pushing this bastard of a thing down the street and swearing.
Doesn't that have like 36 valves or something like that?
Mine caught fire.
Yes, well known for that. Mine did too.
I had a combi van, caught fire, and I just rocked up at work, and it's got air vents at the top, at the back, and I just looked in my mirror and I saw flames coming out of it. And it was
Gee,
lucky.
where are they coming from?
Yeah, dude. It was lucky I was at work because there was fire extinguishers everywhere, and I put the bastard out, but it just melted everything, all the wiring anyway.
When I got mine, a friend of mine said, "You know those bloody things catch on fire, don't you?" The reason is that the fuel pump is directly above the distributor, and standard the fuel lines are only held on with a little friction clip, not one that you screw up. One of these ones you press with pliers, and they pop off, pour fuel directly into the distributor. Bingo, fire. And I said, "Oh, really?" So I shoved my fire extinguisher under the seat and forgot about it. And as you do when you're young, I end up chopping this thing and putting a kit on it. You know, I was out in the bush one day jumping it over motorcycle jumps with a friend in the car. I looked in the rearview mirror, and there's just a sheet of flames. I said, "Shit, we're on fire, Mark." We jumped out and ran back about 30 meters. We're sitting there watching this burn, and I looked at Mark and said, "You know, there's a fire extinguisher under that seat."
Oh.
He looked at me, I looked at him, back to the car, pulled it out from under the seat, ran, looked under the back, because there's no, I'd taken the door off, it's just fallen in a cage. It was like toast. Every piece of wire was bare wire, and the distributor was partially melted. I thought, well, we're screwed. Got inside and turned the key. Dack, 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 dack. It got us literally 2 wheels onto the bitumen. I got all the way through the bush, back to the main road. As the front wheels mounted the bitumen, it died.
Wow.
Rang my brother, Phil, need to tow home. Hitler's revenge is right.
Have you ever seen?
That was my first car was a I think 1963 VW Beetle 1200. Yeah. Great fun.
What was the 1200 in reference to? I haven't seen that.
It's the size of the engine.
CC.
1200 cc. Yeah.
I had a friend with a Carmen Ghia, and God, he used to love that thing like a race car. Scary driver. And I learned to drive a stick on a VW Beetle. I mean, kerosene 10. Does he even live in Canada? I forget. Where do you live, Gary?
He's in Canada.
Oh shit! Here we go. Oh, sorry, Brian. Oh, how are you, mate?
How long were you there, Brian?
Oh, not long at all.
Had about a week. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, Matt, you just answered one of the questions right there.
what's that, mate?
How the hell do I get on one of these things?
Oh, there you go.
Just learned.
No,
Easy,
actually, though, the other thing was I did a live stream last week, and it was one of my first ones, and Peter Carroll popped on.
I was
And I'm
there.
thinking, how do I get him on here? Because Peter Carroll's a lot more sane than Philly Drone Life, and I'd really rather talk to Peter. So
Depends.
it was just one of those things like, okay, I don't know what I'm doing now.
Well, let me tell you something. The difference between those two is that if you have Philly on, you won't get what you want to say. If you have Peter on, you'll be looking for things to say because he's not going to help you out.
Well, yeah, I got that part. But, I mean, the thing with Philly is I got some really good views on that afterwards. This is great, So,
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
I'm still trying to get the streaming thing figured out.
Everybody is more sane than Philly Mike.
It's a
But
mystery.
it sells.
Oh, it's good to meet you, mate.
Same here, Matt. Like I said, when it was on January, I remember the date, January 21st, I had 95 subscribers. You pushed me over 100 that night.
That day, yeah.
And 5.5, 6 weeks later, I'm sitting just below 240.
Oh, nice, man.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, that's brilliant.
I don't know how YouTube, what their algorithm does, or I don't know how that works, but good thing. It was a good
Constantly
deal.
changing it.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's
What's the rules this week? Hey, look, there's Chris Hope, another Texas gent.
Hey, big guy.
That's another man I've been needing to get on. Is Chris? I know he gets on every now and again.
Yeah.
Hey,
Chris-
hey, wait a minute. Where's my credit? I was the only one who remembered your name.
Who's that?
It was Stump the Aussies when you came on earlier on the channel.
What, because I changed the name?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing about it is I'm pretty close to getting my license here, and I might start a business. And I already had some cards made up, and it had aerial visuals on it. I said, that's not a bad thing, and it wasn't taken. So I said, I wonder if I can make something out of that. So here we go. I'm trying that, see if that works.
Mate, hope it works for you, mate.
Yeah.
The Brian Mackey drone video just doesn't roll off the tongue,
Oh, look at mine, man. Oh, Jesus.
No, yours at least says like, wow, above and beyond. This guy is like way the hell out there,
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
VLOS, mate. VLOS.
One of the things that's screwing me up too is I got StreamYard on one screen and YouTube on the other, and there's a delay, and it's like, who the fuck am I looking at here?
I got it too, Brian.
Yeah, I know.
Close down or just ignore the YouTube's.
Yeah.
YouTube's got a heck of a delay lately. It is huge.
Massive, isn't it?
Who
Yeah,
brought
they-
the air conditioning? Ari couldn't stand it any longer.
Yeah. Is it that bad?
No,
Sorry?
it's as bad as Peter.
What'd you say?
What?
Oh, look who we got here. How are you, mate? Where is he? Washington now. God, I can't keep up with him.
It's around.
Warm and rating, heading to bed soon. I'll tell you what, it gets around. You do some Ks over there, miles, should I say, when you're driving. I think
11:50 p.m.
I did like 100,000 Ks in about 10 months when I was driving over there.
Damn.
Yeah, man.
Where is that? Is that like Scotland?
No. He's driving. He's based in Canada, and he's driving all through the states. So he probably takes a load down into the states, loads up again to come back into Canada.
But if I say I'm a Welshman, where does that originate from?
Wales,
Wales.
connected to the
Who'd
UK.
you Welch on?
Mm.
Hey, Ari.
Yeah.
That was a really pretty cat. I had
That's-
one just like that at one time.
That's one for every time I'm sitting there stroking her, I feel like saying, "No, I expect you to die, Bond."
It was Johnny Carson who said, "Can I pet your cat?" Yeah, move your pussy.
Yeah, I'm starting to think Brand hasn't got much at his place. No air conditioning.
God.
He's married.
He needs a GoFundMe.
There you go. He spent all his money on drones. You've got to be comfortable, mate.
Yeah,
Oh, that-
no. I just got my tax return today. It's bad. It's so good it's bad.
Oh,
I
really?
don't know how many drones can I get?
Oh,
It's like, okay, 2,000 for the Evo 2. Yeah, okay, well, we could do that. But that Mavic Mini's got some awesome video, man. I keep seeing the best video coming from that thing.
You need two. You cannot own one Mavic Mini. You've got to buy two. That's one to fly while you're fishing, the other one from the bottom of the lake.
Yeah.
oh, God damn it!
He popped off.
Yeah, I don't get them.
Sorry, Peter.
All right. He lies.
Oh, look who we got here.
There it
Why don't
is.
we just had his chair?
That's all we ever see, Brian.
Hey, Adrian, nice to meet you.
Hey man, nice to meet you, boss man. That is the worst intro in the world.
What do we
Oh,
got
no,
going
man,
on
that's
here?
Look at this.
Look at this.
What's it going on? He's gone all boys to men, dude.
You got that quick.
Look at that. I had a girlfriend who looked like that once.
Yeah, he
They
did that
will
pretty
steal
quick.
anything in the United States, won't they? Someone's taken the front of his beard.
I took up everything from here. Now I only got this.
You're in the wrong neighborhood, mate. They didn't steal all of it.
It's a tough crowd.
And Adrian, you look knackered, mate. You look tired as hell.
Tanas says you
I-
look like a priest.
I am. I'm really tired. It's a little exhausted.
Really? You got that hand sanitizer out again, have you? Or whatever it is.
I was using it earlier.
Peach. Oh, dude. Oh, hang on. What do we got going on here? Came from town. Wales. Oh God, yeah, okay. This is the thing about the Welsh and their names and their language. Holy moly! I'd rather learn Japanese. It is horrendous. Make
I don't even know where to start.
Why now Fastidio? But then again, I've got a daughter named Movano, so I've got an unfair advantage.
Yeah, that's right. You have two. Yeah, that's a Welsh name, isn't it?
Blanau? Blanu?
Blanu.
Blanu Festanog.
How are you, Ari?
Hey man, I'm not bad. The thing about the Welsh is they tend to put
How are
the
you, Peter
emphasis
Norton?
on odd syllables. You know, I think it's Festinio is the last. I read it better than I speak it.
Oh, that's funny.
That's crappy, Brian.
Adrian, you commented on that video. I thought you got the weeks mixed up, mate, because you commented on that video that I made last week about last week's live being a day later. And I didn't think that you'd be popping on at all because you got the week. I did answer you on that.
Well, obviously, I think you're the one that screwed up because the day you posted the video, that's when I got the notification. I was supposed to get it last week, but I got it when I commented the video. So that was your fault, not mine.
Obviously, I screwed up because everyone was commenting last week on it, not this week. So yeah, I guess everyone screwed up except you, Adrian. Eh?
Yeah, pretty much. Jim, how you doing? How you doing, Jim?
I can't complain. No one wants to hear it.
Sure.
Hey, man, I love you regardless, man. Don't worry.
But we hear
about
it anyway.
Yeah.
It's good you're here, Adrian, because we've got 3-on-3 dodgeball here.
Did you see that movie?
I know
Dodgeball?
that the Aussies are on top, Matt, because we all know what runs downhill.
Yeah.
That's true. All three of you got up top.
Yeah, it is.
Can
isn't
somebody please give me a intro to the new guy that we have here? He looks like he's below Harry.
Brian?
I've seen you before about
Yeah.
that.
Brian Mack.
Yes.
And he changed his name to B-Max Aerial Visuals.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, something too. I was just sitting here, in case y'all are wondering, my lips are moving and nothing's coming out. I'm counting numbers. My phone's going to 91-second delay
Yeah.
from here to what I'm seeing on YouTube.
Oh.
That's pretty bizarre.
It's wrong with Brian today. He's going crazy.
He's on the ball, man. He is on top of it. I'm well hung.
Well hung.
Oh, dude.
That is perfect.
Usually sits back a bit, Fran Aerials. Every now and again, he's coming out with some Pete Carroll zingers at the moment.
Oh, well. You know, the Welsh, they would have you believe as the last remnants of the original inhabitants of Britain that they have the greatest culture and history. And I think, yeah, good. And your national dish is cheese on toast.
Welsh rabbit.
Yeah,
Welsh
that's it.
rabbit.
That's right.
Wow, I haven't heard of that in a long time.
Same. I haven't had that since a kid. I haven't heard of it since a kid.
Yeah.
No one has it anymore.
Did you go wash your face?
No, I didn't.
If my mum was still alive, I'd be getting slapped around the back of the head for that comment.
Hurry up.
Video of the Miss Fog Cottage that you did.
Open the towel and dry up,
Oh.
son.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, it was a bit hard to get
It
footage.
was,
That's
too.
true. It was extremely foggy, and the drones were getting saturated in the fog, mate. It was like they were flying through rain. I'm not kidding you either. It was shocking. And I landed the drone on my car, and it was just dripping with water. The fog was that thick, so I didn't fly anymore.
I had that happen on a night flight. The condensation of the humidity during the evening. Holy cow, man. I was amazed when I brought that thing down, how dripping it was. And I was worried about it getting in the gimbal because, they're not waterproof.
Absolutely. And why wouldn't it get in the gimbal? You know?
Yeah.
I had that happen with one of my Phantom 4s. I took it out because I store everything here in air conditioning, in case you hadn't guessed. And I had one of those older cases that didn't have the little pressure release valve on the front of it.
Right.
And I threw it in the car on a hot summer's day, and I drove up into the hinterland of the Gold Coast, which is as close to mountainous terrain as we get. When I opened up the case, everything was covered in condensation. Soaked. I threw
In
that
the
case away.
case?
Yeah, in the case.
Hey, Matt, Ari, new guy, Peter, Jim. I won't be able to stay that long. I'm gonna have to go and head out.
Looks like
Last week.
I
Last week.
want to pop in. I'm pretty much, of course, just say I'm here, present, but being very busy, man.
Oh,
You
good,
look
dude.
tired, man.
He does look
Everybody, you guys pretty much know what I'm talking about. I don't need to say it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. It's all good, man.
You
Take
take
it
care.
first.
Nice to be tired anyway.
And not just that, I mean, when you're a single father of 2 kids, and then
Oh.
so,
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm a day, they'll be out of it.
But see, Jim don't know what I'm talking about. Jim ain't nothing but a little teenager, walking around his underwear, doing nothing.
Every word of that is true, Your Honor.
You can't deny that. No.
I won't deny it.
Hey, have anybody heard from Ron? The dude Ron?
He's fishing in Alaska.
Yeah.
He don't care about us.
No, he don't. He don't give a damn.
He's too much of a good time boy.
Unlike someone else would be YouTubing from the Alaskan boat. You'd
I'd like
see
to see
this
that.
with the waves.
There's no cell phone up there or cell service. Good luck with that.
That's the whole idea.
Yeah.
He should have taken out a satellite plan. He should have thought ahead.
Hey, you
I
gotta-
can tell you one thing for sure. If I'm in the hospital, you're not seeing a YouTube live stream.
Well, I've already seen you when you've had a sniffle and you didn't show up for 2 weeks. So, yeah.
What do you mean? I would not have to go fishing in Alaska to not care about this lot,
So,
He actually
hey guys, it was good seeing you guys, but I have to go ahead.
Take care.
Take it easy, Adrian.
Man,
Hey, thanks
love
for
you,
popping in, buddy.
brother. Brian Mack, Peter Carroll, Ari, Jim, I hate you very much. I'll see you later.
The Monty Python. The Benny Hill.
Yeah, that's it.
Cheers, buddy.
Hey,
How come
Jim.
you don't see the Benny Hill reruns anymore?
Oh, man, I miss those.
They're sexist.
Yeah.
Not allowed to show that on TV anymore.
You know what I loved? What's that house? The Britain show. Manuel, he keeps hitting them on
Faulty
Okay.
Towers.
Faulty Towers. That was it. That was a great
Okay.
one.
Okay.
1976, 75. Yeah, that was a great show.
Catch you later.
Only
Pete.
made the 12 episodes I only made of those too.
Thanks for popping through, mate.
4 a.m. Wow.
I feel like Mr. Bean, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then they make a movie of it. And seriously, what is it with Hollywood? They have to piss with everything. They make a Mr. Bean movie and they ruin the one thing that makes it great. They make him talk.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It was a mime, basically. And that was the whole persona of whole Mr. Bean, was he was a mime, basically.
All he ever said was,
Yeah.
I never saw that one. Mr. Bean.
Do you know what that is? Vicar of Dibley's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is funny.
I have not heard of that. Vicar of Dibley? Oh, okay. Is that the name of it? Only Fools and Horses?
No, that's another show. Another show again.
Oh. Yeah. See, a lot of those shows you can catch on either Netflix, Prime, or Hulu. You can find those older shows. There's
You're right, Brian.
Yep. Jim, question. What part of the country are you from? That accent is just
Long Island.
Oh man, I knew it. Had to be up there. I used to live in Selden.
Oh, yeah, from Smithtown.
Smithtown, yeah. We almost moved to Smithtown. In fact, was that? No, that wasn't your video. That was the grumpy guy. I saw his video from Smithville the other day, or Smithtown.
No.
That
would have been
Drone Bum.
Paulie.
Yeah.
Paulie still lives up there.
But yeah, I just like God. That accent is so close to New York, but not quite. Because I'm originally from Brooklyn.
Yeah, I'm out of there 30 years. Well, that's where I was born, Brooklyn.
Really?
You didn't have hospitals anywhere else in 1959.
Hey man, I'm only a year younger than you.
Well, everybody thinks that New York City is only Manhattan Island because that's all you see on TV, you know?
Oh, yeah.
But New York City is Brooklyn, Queens, which are all on Long Island.
Yeah. Uh-oh. We lose Matt?
So you're officially born in New York City,
Yeah.
but you don't live there.
No, I live in Houston. I've lived here for 40 years. Man, when I was 16, I just remember I had one of these epiphany things. I saw like 300 people one evening get off a subway, and just women and children. No, not so much children, but women and men, and everybody had a face that looked like it was hitting the ground. Nobody smiled. Everybody looked pissed and grumpy. I said, "No, I'm not going to live here." So I went in the service and said, "Anywhere else but." Ended up here.
Start
Don't
reading
pay
the chat.
taxes here, though.
Those New York taxes. Oh yeah.
Oh, you get triple taxed.
I know. I still got some buddies up there, man. I know. They tell me. It's
You get
bad.
New York City taxes on your salary. New York City, New York State, and then federal.
Isn't that against the Constitution or something?
New
Yeah.
New York is a Democratic, run by Democrats. The whole friggin' thing is Democrats.
Oh, here we go. Politics.
They're like blue-heart liberals, only worse.
You know, if they had a toilet paper shortage in the US, it'd be the fault of the Republicans or the Democrats, depending on which side you're on.
It's always. Hey, I've got to ask you there too, Ari. That's where we went out on that crappy day we went flying, isn't it?
Yeah,
Hopefully-
man. That's why I'm not allowed to fly under the bridge.
Ari,
Yes.
do you have $20,000 a year I can have?
No, man. No, but you can keep Trump.
No, that's what it costs in taxes to live on Long Island. At least $20,000 a year,
Are you being served, Brent?
just in home taxes.
I'm free. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Humphreys.
How do you do this and keep up with these chat things? I'm looking at it like, oh, look at all this stuff.
It makes the box
I got a
smaller.
long way to go. This is just a lot of work.
It's
That's all.
You get used to it.
What camera are you using, Brian?
Right now I'm using an Acaso V50. It's just a GoPro knockoff. But
Pick up a Logitech 920. They're cheap. They're like $40.
first thing in the morning, I just ordered it from Walmart, and I'm supposed to pick it up today, but I went flying instead. So that's first thing in the
Good
morning.
choice. Good choice. Always
That's
go
a
fly.
question picking a camera up. What did you order, mate?
It's a Logitech C920.
Solid
Okay.
camera. Solid
Yeah.
camera.
It looked like it. I said, well, this thing looks better than the one I got now. Because I think this thing's only putting out in 720. That one puts out 1080.
Yeah. My laptop only has 720.
they superseded the 920 almost a year ago. I'm surprised you can still
Which is
find
why,
them.
oh, look over here on the left. I'm so blurry. Ooh.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why I was asking what camera you had.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got the 922.
Yeah, same. I got the same one.
They go all the way up to 925, and they're still the same camera.
Yeah. I got this Gumtree, which is a second-hand thing, and I think I picked it up for like 20 or 30 bucks or whatever it was. Now they're 100 odd bucks new. Oh no, it was
Yeah.
more, maybe.
Yeah, a bit more than that, I think. Yeah.
Yeah,
This
they
one
are.
was almost 200. This Logitech Brio.
Oh
Yeah. Do you see any difference? No.
no, but you did look pleasantly white last week.
Oh my God, I can't. Right? I was like washed out.
I thought we were having a flashback to Casper.
He's not kidding, Brian. Did you see it?
No, I missed that.
If I tried to control it, I would go orange.
Oh, wait a minute. I did see part of that because I actually caught it on a replay. I saw a little bit of that. Yeah.
First time his face and his hair is actually matched.
And you could see the red earbuds.
Yeah. Dead on.
I've got so much to learn. This is the only set of ear whatever you call these things that I
Earbuds.
plug in. What are they?
Earbuds.
Earbuds. Because the other earbuds I have are the wireless kind. But anyway, when you plug these in, the computer comes up and asks you what they are. I've
Let
never
me-
had that happen.
Let me guess.
Yeah,
Real
If it doesn't recognize the device, it'll do that. Yeah.
Mm.
Which,
You got a real tech sound solution on that computer, Jim? Yeah, they all do that. And they'll even ask you whether they were front speakers, back speakers,
Yeah.
or ambience. Yep.
Yeah.
It's normal. It's not just you.
And when I use the ones that came with the iPad mini, it doesn't do that. That doesn't pop up.
You
So I'm like, what the hell's different about these?
get earbuds for the iPad mini.
Yeah, it came with them.
Spoiled bastards.
It came with them.
Always looking after you Americans. Yeah, we don't. They probably open up
Really?
our cases and take them out and put them in the ones that they sell in America.
iPads, iPhones, and iPods all come with the earbuds. That's weird.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm. Hey, Brian, did you want to ask me a question, or do you want to do? I can do
Well,
that.
actually, like I said, Matt, just by me getting on, answered half the question. Like I said, the other half of that question was, how do I contact someone who doesn't have an email? Like,
Well,
like with Peter Carroll, I thought I had subbed him, and I found out I hadn't, but I clicked on his thing when he popped up in the chat, and I said, oh, I don't have him, so I subbed him that afternoon. But when you don't have someone's email, I'm not quite sure how to go about asking them in.
If you go into their about page, if they have a YouTube channel,
Right.
if you
and
go in their about page, you can get their email.
not everybody, Matt doesn't even have one.
If
No,
they
no.
put it in there. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it depends too. I mean, I sent you that link in Facebook Messenger.
Yeah.
Anything
That's
like that you
I'm
can.
sitting here watching this thing. Okay, I need to talk to Matt. How am I going to talk to Matt? Let's try Facebook. And it worked.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and I do that a few times. I've done that to a couple of people where I haven't had their email address. So anything like that's fine. People you want to invite haven't got any sort of social media, or
No. Like I said, I'm just throwing that out as an example.
okay.
Philly Drone Life, I put up the link right on my chat, which the first thing he did after making fun of my name 20 different ways was say, don't you ever do that again about putting the link up in the chat.
I don't know what he's got against that, man. Because
You could get crazies coming on,
I
but
saw his point because I wasn't part of it. Well, I was part of the chat, but I wasn't on it. And I can't remember. It was someone named J-Dub, and she vlogs all the time. She has cancer. And someone got on there because she did that and started spamming her, just saying nasty stuff and not good stuff. And so, and Philly Drone Life said, that's why you don't ever want to do that, is because you're inviting trouble. So
yeah, but you know what? We've never had anything happen here. I've never had anything happen. Look at the audience. That's all I'm going to say.
Out in the green room. I mean, they can't.
Jim, that's not true because I ended up getting Philly Drone Life. I mean, come on. I mean, I got lucky.
Yeah.
It could have been worse.
But in all honesty, if someone was, I can't see a problem because if someone clicks on that link and wants to get in, they'll go into the green room and you've got a choice whether you let them on or not. Now, when it comes to spamming or anything like that, anyone can join that chat, and then from there you have the option of getting rid of them anyway if they start to make comments. So
you have your people in blue who can mute them.
Yeah, and you've got full control over everyone in that chat. So you can do what you like with them. But when it comes to the live stream, no one can join that live stream unless you say, yep, okay, join the live stream.
That's good to know. Okay, that right there takes care of everything then, really.
Yeah. They can't just pop on. Like you, mate, you were backstage there. You weren't even live until I let you in.
And see, that's another thing, too. I said, well, how do I even get in? Because even after you sent the link, I'm saying, okay, now where do I put this link? But I figured it out. But I mean, I had one StreamYard tab open. I'm just going, well, that's not working. So let me try this. In fact, if I do it again, I'll probably forget how I did it. So, but no big deal.
Yeah, look, and as long as you tell the people, if you're using StreamYard, I'm not too sure about other platforms, but if you're using StreamYard, make sure that who you're inviting is going to use Chrome because it won't work with Internet Explorer.
That's what I've heard, yeah.
And I think it will work with Firefox too. I haven't tried.
Safari is a problem, right?
I don't think Safari is a problem either. It's Internet Explorer that's the problem.
Internet Explorer.
Yeah.
I think they're working on getting the what's a new Microsoft browser called in Windows 10. It's got a different
Explorer.
name. No, it's got a name, hasn't it?
Yeah, I've got an update.
They are changing the name.
Yeah,
I think StreamYard were working on getting compatibility with that browser.
It's got an E on mine.
Yeah, that's
there's another one on Windows 10. It's called something else, I think.
No, this isn't an update.
Edge.
Yeah.
It's still blocked on mine. I've got Google Chrome as my default browser.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine came up with a notification today, actually, when I turned the computer on.
Thanks, Lloyd.
What, on StreamYard?
No. On when I had my Internet Explorer open about updating, which I haven't done. So I'm going to have a look at this. Oh, although it's useless. Actually, it is useless because the Logitech Brio 4K, sorry, I'm just looking at this, is useless for me, being number one, not a paid member of StreamYard. So I'm only going to get 720 anyway. And having a 4K webcam, I probably wouldn't use that ability.
Well, here's my analogy. I buy something that's going to last and probably be future-proof for a while.
Well, 4K webcam would be, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's why I pay the money.
Yeah.
Sorry, mate. I was just going to say, I noticed Brian's a lot clearer than he was before. So it may not be a camera
that's going to have a lot to do with bandwidth too. Probably from my end.
Bingo.
Are you on Wi-Fi or hardwire?
No, I'm on a hardwire, but cable in my neighborhood is like 50, 60 years old, so it can go out at any moment.
Wow.
I used to work for AT&T. I know exactly how that stuff works.
Right.
I used to fix it or not.
Oh, good. So then you know how to knock off your subnet numbers, so they can't.
Yeah, actually, I learned that afterwards because after I quit the phone company, or they quit me, computers were over as a hobby, so I just went into it full time. Got a bunch of certs, and the only one I missed was a CCNA. And that was just too much.
That's a lot, man. Getting the CCNA.
No, I didn't get it, but I mean, I got a bunch of others, and it kept me working for another 7 or 8 years, but I'm done.
All right. For those who don't know what we're talking about, you want to tell them about knocking off the subnet number? Changing your subnet number?
No.
Okay.
I mean, let's get into the weeds, why don't we then?
Well, basically, it's so your internet provider can no longer see what modem you're running, and they limit you Like my internet provider has a 300 megabit service, but I only pay for 100. I only get 100 megabit service. If I were to change my subnet number, I could get the maximum they offer.
Yeah, and they know about that here, and I kind of made the mistake of telling people to do that, and I showed them how to do that, and AT&T sent them a nasty note within like a day or two. I don't know how they knew, but they knew.
Because they have their routers. I bought my own router and my own modem.
That's a good idea now, because they were still sticking with their original modem. So.
Yep.
That might get rid of the problem, actually, and they probably won't know it then. Yeah.
Because those are whole different firewalls you're working with then, and AT&T couldn't they might not necessarily be able to get through those, because they can get through their own firewalls, but not anything if you put a third party up.
Yeah, no, that's right. I was looking this here. Al's talking about the live stream and the hours and all that sort of thing. Look, to be honest, mate, even to get 4,000 hours, I mean, I'm here for, 3 or 4 hours on the weekend, plus maybe 100 views on my videos, and mine's only at 2.6, towards 4,000 watch hours. Now, to do that, you're going to have to live stream at least probably 2 or 3 times a week.
I'm nowhere on that 4,000.
No, and to be honest, for monetization, is it not for live streaming, just for monetization?
Just for monetization.
Yeah.
They can keep it. Don't care.
I don't.
Well, that's right. I don't want to. I got too much child support.
Unless you've got a million subs and you're talking about making money out of YouTube, you're deluded.
Well, yeah, exactly. I'm on $6 a week a month at the moment, so I'm well on my way to being a millionaire, according to TubeBuddy. So $6 a month.
Well, according to Luna, the answer is stream naked.
Oh no, yeah, that would be viral.
I'm not sure that it works so well for Matt.
Old fat hairy black guy. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah.
Apparently, I've put on a heap of weight, so I won't be doing that.
Oh no, that'd make it even better.
God damn! Oh, there's Wellington Point. Hello.
Well, I just gave you your answer there, Cleveland, actually.
Cleveland.
Gave you your answer there, Lloyd.
Wasn't that from what was that guy with $1 million?
Yeah, Austin Powers.
Austin Powers. Wasn't he the one that called Fat Bastard?
Yeah.
That was actually a character in the movie.
Yeah, the Scottish fella.
Mike Myers. I was trying to think of his name.
That's it. Yeah.
Lloyd can't say above 730 subscribers. Well, I've just given you the answer, Lloyd. Stream naked. People are going to be all around YouTube going, "Did you see what Lloyd was wearing?" And they'll go, "No, but whatever it was needs a damn good ironing."
Yeah.
He had a good start on it when that one show where both he and Mel had plaid shorts on. A while back, he was doing a live stream and he stood up and there's the plaid shorts. And then Mel also had them on. It was like the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, I'm wearing plaid boxers. Am I up?
That's what I was talking about, for real.
Hey man, look, wait till I get my 1080. It ain't worth it right now.
You need that higher resolution to see small objects.
We won't get the full
I
effect.
was like, what the hell was that?
Ooh, Ari, nice shot.
We want some footage that's croppable. We've got to be able to zoom in on that.
I better get the spring for the bucks and get that 4K then.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Let me have a look. Can't stay above.
Anyway, guys.
Flubber. Nice.
You remember that one I'm talking about, Lloyd? That was way back.
What was that, mate?
Also, Brian, when you are the one live streaming, you have many different windows down at the bottom.
I know. I was able to play with that when I had Philly Drone on, and he said, "Oh, you're learning good there." Yeah, right. Yeah,
like that. Yeah.
Big Matt, Little Matt.
Oh, Big Matt's always obsessed with Little Matt.
Yeah.
Damn, you're on the stick there, Ari.
Man. Quick in the
Matt
downs in here.
makes all my decisions for me. Little Matt does.
Yeah, he's the one who's been costing you all that money every month.
He did that.
I know. I've been there.
Little Matt's an asshole.
Couldn't wait till I hit what was it, 50 something? So I got rid of the child support.
It goes on your age.
No. I was married. I didn't get married till I was 35, 34, something like that.
Where's the 50 come into it for child support?
Because the kids have to be 20 years old before you stop paying.
20.
I thought it was 18.
I don't know. Maybe it's Florida. They kept taking it.
Well, we can keep paying if the child is over 18 and is attending university or
Right.
anything like that. So yeah, they keep paying like
You
that.
guys have got this the wrong way. I'm waiting for my kids to support me.
Yeah. Well, you got 5 of them, so you got a shot at it.
Yeah,
Yeah, mate. I only bred 2 of them. I inherited the other 3.
Yeah, but love is love.
Yeah.
That's not happening around here.
You can definitely love a child that's not biologically yours as much, certainly. And as a matter of fact, my foster kids love me more back.
They're more appreciative. They know what a bad life is.
I might have to go get me a couple of them.
Trade them in, right?
Well, Luna wants to come around next time Emily's with you, Matt, and dye her hair multicolour. And so, when you send her back to her mother, you can consider it a revenge.
I could show her how to do that.
Yeah, Jim's an expert on that.
Where's my box?
She's missing it. Oh, dude. I can't believe it.
Boys to men. Here we go.
Brian, can I suggest
no,
the color?
no. I use it. What is this here? See that? Yeah. I draw a little bit there with that stuff.
He's got the blonde one though. He uses the blonde dye. He hates it. The fact that he's got just jet black hair and jet black beard. Doesn't like it.
I've used every wrong color that there is.
Yeah, we've noticed.
Yeah, it's not easy after 50 to get that stuff right. I look at pictures when I was 20 and 30 something. It's like, damn, look at that. It's dark. It's black. What happened?
I know. I look at some of mine and
again, there's Peter.
Hey, I had friends who went gray early in their late 20s.
Yeah, I had friends who were old in their
buddy that I fly with is like that.
What, Matt?
I had friends in their mid-20s who were going bald.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
Oh, you're friends with the royal family?
Yeah. Hey, what is it? What is it with them? They're all going.
Hemophilia and baldness. They sure won the genetic lottery, didn't they?
They did. That's what happens when they keep it in the family.
Mind you, on the other
That's
side,
right.
they live a hell of a long time.
They do. Look at Prince Philip. My God, he's still going.
Oh, they've never worked a day in their lives.
Oh, that don't you think it? Their schedule had killed most people.
Schedule of doing what?
Standing around, shaking hands.
They average 300 official engagements a year, 300 days, sometimes more than one engagement a day. What's the use of all the money if you haven't got time to spend it?
I could do that.
What do they get, a stipend?
Yes, Matt, but they don't consider it engagements standing on stage behind a keyboard having groupies throw their panties at them.
There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Good work if you can get it.
Right.
I just don't like it when those panties cover up my keys. I can't see what I'm doing. Yeah.
That's a problem to have.
Yeah, we started to worry about Matt when he was throwing the panties back.
Because they were big. They were the fat bastard panties.
The panties that were flown up.
They weren't the 20-year girls anymore. They were the 40s, their mothers.
Well, yeah, we look at Tom Jones. He's in his 80s. I'm sure he was a lot happier when they were doing that back in the 1950s than when they're doing it now.
Yeah.
I wonder how many hip replacements he's had. You remember Tom Jones? It's not unusual.
It's not unusual.
To get knickers thrown at me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Him and Elvis were the only ones that could pull that off.
Mm. He started going grey at 16.
Well, he was married at 15.
That'll do it.
But see, when you're gray at 16, you can start drinking. You got to look at it from that angle.
Yeah.
I mean, oh, that guy, he's in his 20s, 30s, maybe. Give him a beer.
Yeah, dude. Exactly. Yeah, that we always used to go. Now, who looks the oldest out of us? We all didn't look 18,
That was
and we
me.
used to make the decision on who looked the oldest between us young pups. You know, and I don't know how many times I've gone in there and just bought these big flagons of port. Oh my god!
Yeah.
So
And a
sick.
guy who, on the boats when I was working at sea, he was 19. He was on a trawler up off North Queensland, and the nets snagged on something, turned the trawler over, and it sank. And he didn't get out until it was, say, 30 meters below the surface. And within 8 weeks, he went grey.
Wow.
Wow.
What?
Changes your
What the hell is
perspective.
that?
No, I've heard of stuff like that. Severe stress will make you go gray in a matter of weeks.
Couldn't wash the
That kind
salt
of
out of
stress.
his
I've
hair.
heard of that.
Are you guys making this up? I've
No.
never heard of that.
No.
No, it's true. Haven't you ever heard the saying, you'll turn me grey? You make my hair go grey?
Yeah.
It's true. It's based on real.
Yeah, but that's usually for a wife, and that takes years.
That's just
Well,
slow-
that's 35 years worth, you know. I keep telling my kids that if I pull them out and they look at them in an electron microscope, that one of their initials will be on the bottom of every one.
Oh God.
One way to have to quit shaving.
Timeless truths. Back for more. You silly man.
You know, if they're young enough, all right, they could fall for that.
They did for a while,
I was
but
gonna
they
say,
used
I
to believe
bet
that
you
the other kids. They used to believe that the other kids who came before them were still in the ceiling. When they stopped, believing that it became harder to keep them in line.
I put the last one in the attic
There you go, Jim.
after a mine cave. Yeah, all right.
Hey, Matt, I got to drop off. I got dogs to walk.
Oh, good on you, mate. No worries.
Yeah, I can already hear him down there. I got one dog. He knows what time it is.
Yeah.
10:30. Right now it's 10:30. That's
What
it.
type of dogs, Brian?
Hmm?
What type of dogs?
Mostly mutts.
Mutts, yeah, best
Yeah.
one. Some.
No, good on you, mate. Thanks very much for popping in, man. Great to
No,
meet
Matt,
you.
I thank you, man. You've been a great help, bud. You really have.
Oh, geez. I just pushed a couple of buttons, mate. That's what I
I
do.
hear you, but hey, it gets it done.
No, good on you, man. No, glad you're happy with what's going on with what you're doing too, man. It's good.
Yeah. No, like I said, I might try a little bit of this more here, like during the week or something. I actually got a subject or two.
If you're not having fun, you're not doing it right, Brian.
That's right. That's right.
Mm.
So
Well,
I'm gonna
Brian,
give it a shot or two.
if you are on during the week, Brian, I'll see you there. I'll come
I'm
and
try
join.
for Wednesday or something because I actually got something on my mind. The other thing,
Brian,
though,
I was going to say, type in the chat again. I want to make sure. I'm pretty damn sure I got you already. I want to make sure.
I know I
When
got
when you type in the chat, we only have to right click on it and then go to your channel.
right.
Would you look at that? Gary's grandfather was trapped in a cave in and was underground for 3 days. The things that some men have to do to get peace and quiet. What he's not saying is he only went grey when they got him out.
Yeah, exactly right. Not this shit again.
Anyway, guys, I gotta go.
Take care, Brian.
I'll take it easy.
Bye, Brian.
Thanks,
Night,
Brian. You got to get yourself out of there, Brian. You're still in the. You're actually gone into the green room, mate.
Yeah, got to press the red button.
The red
You're out.
button. Leave studio.
There you go. Gotcha. Beautiful.
Okay, I see what he's talking about. He went. He did one with Philly, and he went split screen on it. Just the two of you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't do that look there because everyone's just too big.
You get so big, yeah.
Yeah, when there's two of us, well, I have the same boxes that are the same size as these two here.
Plus, if someone's off center a bit, it sort of cuts half of them off.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, you're off center because you've got to get that bird in there, the
What was
yellow.
that? We've
Oh,
actually said that to Adrian, haven't we? Like move over or something like that.
He's got nothing to look at behind him. Oh, I don't know. Maybe we have.
I thought we ran up against that once.
We're always running up against something with him.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Guys,
Pete, you got to change the duck.
I'm going to make a move. Sorry, Peter. Go ahead.
I was just reminding Jim that it's not a duck; it's some sort of Canadian bird.
I know, but I'm getting used to you changing that every week now.
That's the second week in a row, mate. What,
I know.
I run out of things to put on there.
have you? Oh.
Guys, I'm going to make a move. I have a video which I have to re-encode at a higher bit rate, apparently. I'll catch up with you all later. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for having me on, Matt. Good talking to Jim and Peter and everybody and all you guys in the chat. I'll catch up with you all next week, if not before.
Yeah, good on you, mate. Catch you, man.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
See you, bud. Yeah, he's gradually getting into that editing. And as I said to him, mate, you know, once you start stuffing around and having a look at how nice things can be, you'll never do anything different again. Apart from my last couple of videos where I didn't do anything. Because the atmosphere created it all for me. It was just fantastic.
You know what, though? I mean, Ari's right. He's getting a chance to go ahead and re-encode it. That I find that now I'm so annoyed that I didn't know that. And it's annoying that the software even did that in the first place. If you have the button that says Profile Analyzer, why doesn't it just do that in the first place? If I put up a video that's 100 megabits a second, why is it only putting it out at 50? Why wouldn't, but I can, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I have to push the button to make it do it, what it's supposed to do.
Yeah. All those presets of mine are substandard to what the actual footage is. I mean, your editor will be the same. As soon as you put your footage in there, the timeline will automatically go to whatever that is. So it'll be set at your 4K 60 frames a second. I'm taking it from your Phantom or something like that. Yeah. So that'll be set. But yeah, when it comes to rendering, it won't do it, man, unless you tell it to.
And I didn't even know that. That's what annoys me so much, is I didn't know it.
Yeah, and you feel like deleting half your channel now.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you're trying to put your best foot forward, and then, okay, I'm only doing half the bit rate.
Yep. And it's half the it's half of what it should be, and that would do my head in. That was you. Hey, Nathaniel, thanks for coming back, man.
Yeah, I might just answer Brant Ariel's comment there. He's saying he's Canadian and he doesn't recognise that bird. All I can say is it was sent to me by a friend in Canada. I was told it was some sort of Canadian bird, so perhaps I'm wrong.
Okay.
Wait a minute. The guy went out of his way to send you that bird.
Wasn't a guy, it was a young lady actually, but
oh, here
was
we
she
go.
a pathologist or something?
Dig deeper.
Really?
Going on?
From Ontario in Canada.
Ontario.
Actually lived in the Toronto area, but
So she gave you the bird.
yeah, I suppose you could say that.
There it is. Instead of saying, no, Peter, there shall not be a second date, she gave you the bird.
She gave you the bird straight up. That's quite a nice way of doing it.
Yeah, very gentle.
Yes, it is. You should have kept with that one. Even though she gave
Here's another thing she sent me is a copper-plated maple leaf.
She really hates you.
Yeah. Well, she did. She tricked you because that's a fig leaf, mate.
Right size too.
From a walnut tree.
Oh, she said it was. Did she send you those things on two separate occasions, or was it sent as one?
No, it was two separate occasions.
Oh,
Oh,
she had to tell you twice. Didn't get the hit the first time.
that's what I'm saying.
Come on, Pete.
Take the hint, brother.
We're still friends on social media, but
That's what she says.
Yeah, she's got a bot answering you.
Yeah.
Hey, how long ago was that, Peter?
that'd be probably 10 to 15 years ago, probably.
Holy moly! How did you meet her?
Oh, just on some internet chat room thing.
Okay, cool. Has she ever been here?
No.
Have you ever been over? You haven't been overseas much, have you?
No. In fact, never set foot outside of Australia.
All right, so what Matt's getting at is, where the hell did the bird come from?
I told you, I'm a lady friend from Canada.
I know that, but would you have a conversation? Send me a bird?
Oh no,
What happened here?
just a Christmas present or birthday present or something. I don't know. Or
What
I
did you
can't
say?
remember now.
What did
All
you
right.
send her?
If I'm sent, yeah.
What did you send her?
I sent her a stuffed wombat.
One that had been run over.
I don't
said-
even know what the hell that is.
She said, "What, do you koala?" I said her a corresponding sort of a wombat.
No shit. Oh, wombat, mate. It's like a big. It's a rock with legs.
Yeah.
You don't want to hit one in your car because it'll tip you over.
Really?
Done that.
They're solid, mate. They're solid.
Yeah.
Just Google wombat, mate, and I'll tell you what.
What kind of animal is it?
It's a mammal, isn't it?
Yeah, burrowing. It's not a mammal; it's a marsupial, but they burrow under the ground.
That's right, marsupial.
Yeah.
And he didn't
Google
work.
Find out.
Time we sent-
Drop it.
That's a beauty, Mike.
That's what I was saying.
That's brilliant.
Leave me alone.
I love this crowd.
At least they get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. You know what? We got the best people joining. I'm not kidding you either. Not being crappy or anything. We got some really, really great people in these chats here, man, and they get into it. You know, it's fantastic. Yeah.
Well, when we're laying out the gems, we expect them to understand it.
We want them to follow with this much quality going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
It's
don't
not-
give this crap to just anybody, you know.
It's not for everyone. That's for sure. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, we got Canadians. Fully gets. I'm just going through the chat.
Yeah, called the grumpy vlogger. It's a Cape May warbler. He said.
Yeah, that's what Brian said.
What is it?
It's a Baltimore Oriole.
Cape May warbler.
Is it a Canadian bird?
How do we know? I bet you Lloyd looked up the red stripe there and came up with a Cape May warbler.
Nothing like a good warbler.
Hey, who hasn't had a warbler?
Baltimore Oriole. Isn't that a baseball term or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
Those warblers.
I think it's
Peter
the
wobbles, but he don't fall down.
I think it's the old yellow-bellied sapsucker. I think it could be.
Famous, infamous yellow-bellied sapsucker.
Cape May.
You're looking it up, aren't you?
I am. Oh, see, it doesn't even look like. No, it doesn't look like that at all.
No? Look up the Oriole.
Come on, Lloyd. If you're going to give some information, I want it to be correct. This is a factual show, as Peter has previously.
That's right there.
Yeah, we never get anything wrong.
No.
Just
Could be
all
wrong.
my videos are wrong.
I could be wrong on this occasion, but I'll blame it on possibly false information I was given.
Yeah, here we go. Now,
Yeah. Close.
no, it's got different
No
shaped head.
cigar. No cigar.
Good cigar. Lloyd, what are you doing?
Let
What's
me-
that?
where is it? It's got a black face. It's got a black mask.
Yeah, but the head's good. It's got like a crest on the head. This one hasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Oh, it's, yours is a spoggy, mate.
What's a spoggy?
Oh, they're just little brown birds.
Oh.
Not spoggies.
A spruce budworm.
God damn it, Lloyd! Come on.
The flat back mattress thresher. I think they're all
What?
making them up now, I think.
Hey,
Flat backed mattress thrasher. That's a fat broad.
They're just making them up there.
That's a fat woman, is what that is. Bite me, Matt. That's a presidential bite me.
that is. It's from the top, and I'll take that, and I shall learn from my mistakes.
Go in the corner and feel bad. Feel shame.
I bet. Hang on. Where are we?
Are you looking up the what is that thing? The purple crested Baltimore Oriole? Did you get on that yet?
Sorry, I had to
Pete?
put myself time out there.
I know, but you could hear me the whole time.
I can, mate. Yes.
So, are you going to answer my question?
Am I looking up the Baltimore? No. I'll have a look.
Look at Peter's bird.
That's a cocky, mate. Cockatoo.
I gotta fill this coffee. No. My cup no longer runneth over.
Right, mate. Baltimore bloody.
There it is. It's got a tag written on. I'll see. It's got a tag on. I'll see if there's something written on there.
Okay.
Motto.
Now we're starting to look a little bit. Okay, maybe.
No. Doesn't tell me anything.
I don't know. It's a bit hard because that freaking that bird you've got may not actually be a correct representation.
That's possible.
Because these birds haven't got it either.
It was made in China, that's for sure. That's what it says here.
Oh, well, there's no point in looking it up then. I got no idea. No.
In church too.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so that's good.
Yeah, it does it. Here we go.
It does.
It does. Well, say hand wash only.
It says everything else but what it is.
Oh, look. Oh, Thomas has got it. That's what it is.
It's made by some mob in Twinsburg, Ohio, USA.
Oh, it's made in the USA. Okay. Goldfinch. God, now you're going to be bloody going through this. I had a maths teacher called Goldfinch. The Goldfinch. It was weird. Goldfinch, probably not. Oh, who knows, mate? Could be anything. Hold it up again. Here we go. It's got a Batman mask on.
Yeah.
It's got that crest on the head.
Yep.
Are you still in contact with?
Yeah.
If you're still in contact with her, email her right now and ask her what the hell she sent you 15 years ago.
I'm sure she's going to remember.
Sure. God damn. Goldfinch. No, I don't think so. Oh, well.
So I'll remain a mystery. I'll do some more research during the week. Perhaps I can find it.
I think so, mate.
Yeah. I'll report in next week.
You do that? Yeah, absolutely.
Thomas has got it. Waxwing. What's one of those?
Waxwing. God damn. Waxwing bird. Okay. I would say that's probably the closest we're going to get. Have a look at that one. There you go.
I looked it up.
I think we're getting close.
I would say that's what it'd be. It's got the Batman mask. It's got the red going on.
Yep. Got the red on the wings. Yeah.
Wait a minute. That's not a red stripe.
See, what we're looking at here is a stuffed toy, right? and it may not be totally correct.
I want details, man.
We're just looking at the Batman mask, the crest. It's got a little bit of red there. Hold up again, please, Peter.
Wait a minute. Let's look at Peter. Yeah.
It's got the yellow underneath.
Give me a turn, man. I want to see if the red goes over the belly of the bird or just on the wing.
Just on the wing.
The top is brown. We're close then. It's looking close.
Another thing you probably have to be aware of too is that the male and females are quite often different colours too.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
Males are always better looking in nature.
That's right there.
This medium-sized passerine is small brown over the pale yellow wash on the belly. It's named for the waxy red tips.
Yeah, waxy red tips.
Who looked at it and said, geez, those look like waxy red tips?
Does it say if it's a resident of Canada or not, or North America?
Let's see the yellow tip tail, Pete.
High-pitched call is distinctive, usually in flocks of open woods and areas in woodlands.
It is.
There you go.
Is that a yes? Yeah, that's a yes.
Yeah. Leafless trees, shift diets from insects, primarily berries, and full of winter.
I think.
All right, go down to that range map.
North America, my man.
I think Thomas has solved the mystery for us. I think
he has.
Tomas, you did it.
Yep, well done.
There
Tomas says, "Shut up, Jim."
They're in plague proportions. No wonder that one's stuffed. Look at it. God damn. Oh, hello.
Yeah, no kidding.
do they
saying shut up?
Man. Oh, get stuffed.
How the hell do you look that up?
Look at this.
You should have known that, Jim, being a North American bird.
Never seen it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Geez, those look like waxy red tips.
I said that in a strip club last time I was there.
Sure.
Yes, Mike, but I think it might be FAA compliant, actually.
Is that thing? Oh.
You'll have to get registered, though.
Yeah, it is. It is according to the tag here. Definitely, yeah.
It's registered, is it?
Yep.
Okay. Well, that's good, mate. Safety first. You know it's all about safety.
Rego number 12T-83801, if you want to look that up.
By Mattel? Or is it Japanese or Chinese?
Oh, Chinese.
Bob Casey! Missed you, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
You too, buddy. Take care, mate.
It's going to catch up on what he missed. I wouldn't bother, Bob.
Oh, Kenny's had a gutful.
She pissed him off, so he came back on here to get away from her.
He probably threatens her with that. If you don't behave yourself, I'm going on to YouTube.
I don't need you. I got real friends.
Yeah, I got.
There's still 24 watching. I was surprised after. Thought the bird would have scared them all away or frightened them off.
You got 24 watching.
As it says here, I think. I'll do a refresh on it. Hang on.
Only got
Oh, no, 14 now. Okay.
okay. What's going on, Kenny? Goddamn boy. You
It's 15 now that Bob came in.
having some fun there, mate.
I didn't mean to offend the bird watching community.
I'm not too sure whether that last word's community.
It doesn't read community to me.
I'm
I tried to be gentle about it, but
not
no.
sure. I'm not sure if that's the way you spell it, Jim. I'll have to Google that one too. She's in one of those moods. Oh, don't you love those moods? Makes you think, this is why I got a drone. I've got to
Is it
go.
the 28th day of the month already?
I've got to go run some batteries down, darling. I'll be back next Saturday. We're doing all right, eh, Pete? Me and you? Beautiful.
No worries.
It's what you want, when you want, how you want. Yeah.
Yep.
So
That's
do
right.
yeah, but me and Pete aren't annoying anyone doing that.
Oh, yeah. You have to care for that to affect anything.
Yeah, okay, yep. Hope she's not upset.
I don't give a rat's ass.
Somehow I believe you.
I look at it this way. When I die, I'm alone in that box. Unless you're jumping in. Don't give me any shit.
Yeah.
I had one of those before.
My constituents.
No. Yeah, put up Brand Arrow's last comment too. That was a good one.
The majority, Lloyd.
And you leave her at home to run down her battery. She's still at 80%. Keep going.
Pop your head in every now and then just to check.
Yeah. You
Or
want
in my case, running for coffee.
Yeah. You want to leave her at a good storage level.
But not too much steam. You got to find a happy medium.
Yeah. Yeah. Apparently that's around the 60% mark if you want longevity.
Never take her down to below 15. They get needy then.
Yeah. I'm stuffed. I am stuffed. God damn this weather.
Nice and sunny down here. Not a breath of wind. Very nice.
Come off it. Melbourne, mate. That's only for the next half an hour.
That's right there. Yeah, I know.
God. Bloody Melbourne weather. I tell you. I was
What,
lucky.
you got high winds, man?
Oh, it's windy as all buggery. And clouds. Clouds. No sun whatsoever.
Oh, really? I see nothing but a ray of sunshine coming through.
Ain't sunshine, mate. It's just
Look at
glowing.
that.
It's not sun. It's all cloud, mate. Wait till the camera adjusts. I'll see if I can get the camera out there. Oh, where can we? Will the camera adjust? No.
Yeah, I can see the fence
Yeah.
or the wire on the window. That's the security.
Yeah, that's all cloud, mate. There's no sun there. So pissed off.
Yeah,
Well, you got your PLs though. Your polarizers.
I don't need the PLs though when there's no sun.
But doesn't it help with the haze? I don't use the PL, so I don't know.
Yeah, there's no real haze here at the moment. I don't have much of a problem with haze at all. You've got a lot of haze there in Florida.
Oh, bad.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot of hazy stuff going on.
You know, when it's really noticeable is when I do those, when I was doing those sunrise videos in a Saturday morning during the summer, you can literally see that humidity.
He's on fire today, isn't he?
What a night. This is his best night.
He's having a ripper. Absolute ripper. I think it must be that cold weather.
I've been out zinging tonight.
You have been out zinging, you know. Brent's just come up with the whole deal tonight. Good on you, man.
And he's married.
Is he?
Gary's married, yeah.
He pops up on Mitch's live stream quite often. He was on there yesterday. Yeah.
That's about right, isn't it, Lloyd? Oh, you wouldn't know. You're married for 100 years, aren't you?
That's a hangover from what? That's a hangover from a lot more disappointing times in my life.
Who's that girl you got covering the window above the pillows?
That's Freddie Mercury.
It looks like a girl from here.
Well, may as well be.
Yeah.
No, that's Freddie Mercury. One of his things. I've got a lot of Queen stuff, mate. Fantastic. Love that stuff.
I had the original album, and then the one that came out in the 77. What was that one? It had Bohemian Rhapsody on it? All right, on. Good night. Killer Queen. No, that was on the other album.
God, there was Sheer Heart Attack, Killer Queen.
What was the one with Bohemian Rhapsody on it? Those are the only two I had.
It's probably called Bohemian Rhapsody.
That's what they called the movie.
Yeah, they did. Have you seen that movie?
No.
Yeah, what's that? Little while back, that one?
It's free on Netflix. I still haven't watched it. 38 and a half years he's been married. Oh, Judy's his third marriage. Hey, third time's a charm, apparently. I'm not getting that far.
Sheer Heart Attack, News of the World, Hot Space, A Day at the Races.
Night at the Opera.
Night at the Opera.
Kenny got it. That was the one. That was about 77.
Night at the Opera was 75.
75. Nah, really?
Yeah, dude. Holy moly.
Why didn't it get so popular until 76?
Yeah, well, it depends, as they pick up fans, throughout time, they picked up more fans in the 80s as they started releasing, other albums. They got more people interested. Then those people would then start looking at their back catalog.
Oh, if you looked at their back catalog, they were weirder than shit. The earlier stuff was weird.
Sheer Heart Attack was like that. Very not to the obscurity of Pink Floyd. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen Pink Floyd at Pompeii, live at Pompeii. They did Echoes. Oh my God, those guys were tripping on something. To the point of I'm watching it, and I mean, diehard fans of Floyd will go, "Oh, fantastic!" I mean, fair enough, they might like it, but I just sat there and I was like, "This is shit." And
you got to be on something, yeah. Well, Dark Side of the Moon was the whole album side.
Yeah, it was a modern opera basically. Mm-hmm. It was a storyline, and everything had its order. Yeah, and anyway, that's.
Speaking of that, when you think of the Who. That whole trilogy of Tommy was what saved the band. They were going to quit.
Yeah.
They were frustrated until they came up with the concept of Tommy. Tommy, can you hear me? Yeah. And you know what? Netflix has got a great, absolutely fantastic. It's more of a rockumentary on the only band that's ever stayed together. Do you know what the only band that's ever stayed together is called? You know them, you love them. 50 years they've been together.
50. Shit.
All right, let me just throw this at you. Blue Jeans. Oh, I thought you would have got it quicker of everybody.
Oh, I'm trying to think of the name.
But I was thinking too, Thomas, Rolling Stones, but I don't know if it is.
Nope. The Rolling Stones, this band loved and played for. They opened for the Stones. They loved Mick Jagger.
No,
All right. Let's just knock it off. It's ZZ Top.
There you go. There you go. ZZ Top. They're still going. They're doing Sturgis, aren't they?
Mhm.
They should. Yeah, dude.
They'd fit in well there, wouldn't they?
One of those bands you just don't get tired of hearing. They could play Blue Jeans, and I'd sit back and chill to it like it was 73. You know?
Unreal.
And to hear them talk about, they actually, I think it was Brian that called Billy Gibbons and said, "Hey, dude, there's this rock special on." And they were watching it and talking to each other on the phone saying, "Man, when does this special end? It's been 4 hours." You know what they were talking about? The start of MTV.
There you go.
When MTV first came out in
Ruined
80. No, originally they were good. It was just playing the music. And then they got so fucking commercial it was over.
Yeah, that's right. And it wrecks everything.
Yeah.
As it does. Everyone went. I mean, everyone waited for the video clip to the song. Everyone wanted it, and this is where things like Thriller. Mate, that was the most anticipated video.
A 15-minute video.
Yeah, dude. Everyone was waiting for Thriller, man. And Michael Jackson back in the day still didn't disappoint. I'll tell you what, man. That was an epic journey. Now he was with Quincy Jones, I think, with that. Quincy Jones.
Yeah, he helped them on that. Yeah,
yeah, a couple of projects, I think, too.
And
but awesome, man.
He had Eddie Van Halen doing something on there. He had the old movie. When he used to do the scary movies, and he was in there going, ha, 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 and he read a little bit of the poem.
Oh, Vincent
Price.
Vincent Price, yeah. He did too. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, shit. Oh, yes. And
the Vapors or something, was it that one?
The Bangle Boggles. Kenny, what was their name?
The Bulgies, Bulge,
Boggles, or the something. Can't remember.
Video killed the radio.
Buggles.
Radio show.
Yeah.
That's the one. What a name! What is it? What?
I see. I knew the name.
Who the hell? The bug. What? Oh, God.
The Buggles.
Yeah.
Who named their band the Buggles?
What?
They even tell you how they came up with the name ZZ Top. I'm not going to ruin it for you. You got to watch it because it's a very enjoyable hour.
I like the name of a band, a British band back from the 60s. They were actually sort of involved with the Beatles and that back in the early days, and they call themselves the Bonzo Dog Doodah Band.
Man, there were some crazy times back then, dude.
Yeah. I found it, but I was watching an English police show that was set back in the 50s and 60s and that, and one of the background songs they played on that I liked. I looked it up, and that was how I found the name of the band. I'm reading at the moment. I'm reading the biography of Eric Clapton. He was sort of involved with all that scene too at the same time.
Oh, Clapton was involved in a lot of bands. Yeah. Cream, you all remember him in Cream.
Yeah,
he was a slut. The Ramones.
That was
the punk era.
I like his music though. Great music.
You know what I do sometimes, Pete? Is I'll actually watch the credits of a movie or something like that. Yeah. If I hear a tune in there, and I'll look for the band.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
You know, I've been noticing, and it's funny because my granddaughter is 11, and the movies she's watching is all our music from the 70s. You know, the rock bands like Supertramp and all that other shit. And I heard one today. There was Boston. Boston was playing in it. Not More Than a Feeling. It was the another one. But these kids don't even know those bands. You know what I mean? And they're hearing that music. And I was thinking to myself, 30, 40 years from now, when they're playing movies again, it'll still be our music, because what came after rock and roll? This hip hop shit.
Yeah.
You can't play that in a movie. You need music. You reach into the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s.
And that's what they're doing. They've got all these riffs from these times, and they're putting some crap over it, remixing it, and everyone's going, "Oh, what an awesome song!" And they call it now. Here's the hook. Which hook should we use for our next video? And it's all riffs from the frickin' 70s, man, because they can't think up their own shit.
Yep.
It's all been done, dude.
Yeah.
And you look at the bands, though, they were friggin' hard working. I mean, what didn't Led Zeppelin do? You know what I mean? And they got put down so much at the beginning.
Well, this is it, and that's what gave them the incentive to keep going anyway, you know? One of my mates is the lead singer of a band called Zep Boys, and they're touring around with orchestras. So they've done tours of England and all sorts of stuff, and Vince is his name. He's the lead singer. He's been doing it for nearly 30 years, doing a Zeppelin show. And he's touring the bloody world now, playing Zeppelin. He's got some great musos with him as a core band.
There's people like me that would go to see that.
Oh, it's brilliant, mate. Absolutely brilliant. And he's really good at what he does. And with the symphony orchestra, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's awesome. It's like Metallica when they did S&M. I love that. I'd love that concert, mate. Brilliant.
You could play 3 notes of Dazed and Confused, and I would know it off the bat.
There you go, yeah.
Boom, boom, done, right?
Yeah.
Been dazed, confused for so long, it's not true. A whole lot of woman. It's nap time.
Gotta go for his nap before he goes to bed. I love that. Good on you, Lloyd. Thanks for popping through, mate. Thanks for sticking out the crud and sticking with us.
You watch, I think there was a Zeppelin documentary where John Bonham just went off for a half hour on a solo.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I won't hug the mic. Don't worry.
Yeah. Shut up, Peter.
Okay.
Because you remember, those bands had to fight off that whole Elvis craze. The Elvis and the Beatles. They had to get past that, you know? Yeah, absolutely. Matt's got the video on YouTube that Pete, you sent that to me, right?
No, not me.
It was one of our group sent me the link to your video, and I put it on Facebook.
Andrew.
Silverfox, right?
Sorry?
Andrew Silverfox?
No, Andrew Alswager.
Okay.
Yeah, from Mount Gambier. Yeah.
Yeah, he sent me the link in Facebook.
Flip the bird to Lloyd. There we go. Got Mike B wanted me to do.
Flip me the bird. There's the bird.
Now, Matt, that had to be an experience of a lifetime doing that.
Oh, it was great, man. It took me all over the world. You know, it was spent a lot of time overseas doing that show.
How did you get into that?
Look, I've been involved for 30 odd years doing lives, and I've played with a lot of other people and what have you. And you know, people get to know people, and people throw names in it and all that. We're looking for this. I was actually looking for a guitarist for Angry Anderson, Peter. So I was looking for a guitarist for the band that we were going to tour with this other fella, and this guitarist knew the owner of this Pink Floyd show.
Yeah.
And he said, "Oh, you should come and meet such and such. He's got this thing going on." And I said, "All right." So I did that. That was the end of that. Boom.
How many times have you heard that? That's what happened with Van Halen, with John Anthony. or whatever his first name is, the
Yeah.
bassist. Yeah, that's when they found him, and then even ZZ Top did that with the drummer, Beard, John Beard, Matt Beard, the drummer's name.
He was the only one without a beard, I think, wasn't he?
Yes. He actually shaved it off, and they tell you the story of the beards.
Yeah,
It's a great documentary, man.
I have to check that. See, there's a lot of people
You usually don't see that on a band.
Yeah,
It's usually a crappy put together, you know.
yeah. Well, there's lots of bands like that because Ringo Starr wasn't a drummer,
Right. Peter Best was.
yeah. And you had even Queen. Freddie Mercury wasn't the singer of Queen. I forget the name of the band. Oh shit. Anyway, but Freddie was always there at the shows because he liked the band. And when the other singer pissed off, he jumped straight into it, and that was that. You know? And if it wasn't for him, it wouldn't have been the band it ever was. You know.
And that's what happened when Angus Young died.
Angus Young's still alive.
Who was the? He got the lead from someone else then.
You might be talking about no, you're talking about Brian Johnson for AC/DC.
Yes.
Yeah. He's a Welshman too. Johnson. That was what was his name? Lead singer of AC/DC. Bon Scott.
Yes.
Yeah, he drowned in his own vomit, I think.
Yeah.
One of those deals.
I remember that.
Yeah.
That was 70s.
Didn't Janis Joplin choke on a freaking ham sandwich?
Yeah, and that went on as a joke too. Remember that? That got like it was like a bad joke.
Holy moly! Just be careful while you're eating at home by yourself, eh?
Man, there was some music back then. If you look at, I remember I had an original. God, I sold off all my albums in crates.
Vinyls.
Yeah, man, I was an idiot. I was a friggin' idiot.
Yeah.
But I had the original Fleetwood Mac album, and it was Mick Fleetwood singing, not the girls.
Oh yeah, right.
He used to, and they were like rockabilly. That was their roots. They were rockabilly. None of this pop crap.
Yeah, right. Yeah, everything changed. Well, there's a lot of changes, and all of the bands in the 70s, they did go through a lot of phases, man, within a very short period of time.
Do you remember the Throgs?
No.
That was the group that 3 of the members came from and started their own famous Rod, do you think I'm sexy?
Rod Stewart.
Rod Stewart, he came from there.
Oh, wow.
Carmen and the other guy, who was with that chick from Fleetwood Mac, the lead singer, the blonde.
Stevie Nicks.
Stevie Nicks, yeah.
Stevie Nicks. He was with her. Oh, my God. He was in so many bands that were influential. God damn it. It's going to drive me nuts now. But, I mean, it's exactly what you're talking about. These guys go, kind of like how you got in. They go, look, we need a drummer. And then they go, hey, man, you got to come play with us, that kind of thing,
Yeah.
And then you sit there and you jam with them for a couple of hours and they say, it's just magic or it isn't.
Yeah. That's what I was telling. I was watching Sugarfoot on how he actually started touring. It was because of his unique way of playing that he played with someone. Someone heard him playing, and he ends up touring with the history tour of Michael Jackson, and doing all his albums and Madonna and a few other people as well. But all through word of mouth. Doom, doom, doom. Oh, yeah, I've watched him play. Oh my God, it's just getting out there and getting it. Because there's a lot of great players, great singers, great guitarists, great drummers who never do anything because they just don't get the opportunity to do it. And if they had the opportunity, they could be as big as anyone. But the world of the super groups has well and truly gone. It's over.
Yes. Yes.
There will be never, ever another band like Creedence or anyone like that, Queen.
You couldn't do that today. These kids don't have the patience for Creedence.
No. And I mean, Creedence, man, I love listening to Creedence, man. It's so
Dum,
clear.
dum, dum. Oh, Susie Q. They wouldn't sit through those long intros. Remember you used to have to the song? They wouldn't do it.
It set the scene for the whole freaking song, because it wasn't only the singing that was melodic. Everything about that song was melodic, and everything took over from each other. You had the singing melody, and then the guitar would take a melody, and even the bass lines, man. You know, those bass lines.
You gotta have the bass, yeah.
Dude, if you listen to Toto, oh my God, the sharpest rhythm section I've ever heard. Unbelievable, mate.
And they strike. I mean, it changes in a second. Like what's her name? Susanna. That song, is it Rosanna?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The beat changes in that song.
It's the shuffle. Dun, 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 and everything's sharp, snappy, you know? Oh,
Yeah.
fantastic, man. Oh, here we go.
And you hear about some of the bands, the weirdest way they started, like Boston, the amp broke. That's how they got that sound on More Than a Feeling.
Yeah.
So,
Isn't
you
it
ever
weird?
listen to Eddie Van Halen? He'll tell you that he fucked up because he was playing the amp on a 110 volt system, but he had the amp on 240 power intake.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, man, that's where the sound came from. And he said, holy shit, that sounds good. He didn't realize his mistake until he looked at the back of the thing and turned it back to 110.
They sound like crap again.
Right.
Yeah.
Then he designed his own 3 pickup guitar and all that crap, which is now famous, you know.
Yeah. I actually had a guitarist. I was doing an album once, and the guitarist came. I was running a Leslie rotating box for the organ.
Leslie West,
No, what?
Mississippi Queen.
No.
Mountain? You got to know Ronnie Montrose, right?
No.
Oh my God, the group Montrose is friggin' unreal. They're Canadian. Ronnie Montrose, kick-ass singer. You got to check him out.
Of course, we're still going Energizer bunnies. We start to get a little bit delirious at this point.
Oh, we're talking some classic stuff now, man.
Yeah, dude. What drone? Huh? What drone?
You would definitely get into Montrose.
Yeah,
Heavy
okay.
rock though.
Rock Candy.
Rock Candy, that's the name of the song.
There you
Damn,
go.
Curtis knows what I'm talking about.
There you go.
Rock Candy, baby. Oh yeah, great tune. Peter, not so much. Matt, you'll like it.
Yeah, I'll give that a crack, mate. I'll do anything. I've even, I'm not a huge fan. Even Metallica, they've been around for a long time.
Yeah.
But their time signatures, which they don't know what they're doing. They have no idea what they're doing. They do things that sound good, right?
Oh, okay.
All right, to their ears, and that's what they do. But their time signature changes are very, very clever. If you listen to their songs, that you listen to his snare, it'll change, and everything changes with it. And to be on that every time, unbelievable. And the orchestra had a lot of trouble following what they were actually doing. Yeah, because it was totally against the theory of music. It's a theory of music is very mathematical, very, very regimented
on the beats.
Yeah, and
your cock.
Yeah, and to change these things is out of the realm of. It's like a professor at university learns this, but something pops in a little bit different. They have hard time adjusting to these thoughts, and it's exactly the same with classical music. To go against theoretical structure is very difficult, and they needed someone who was going to conduct and compose. Who had that background as the rock background to get the musicians to follow that. And once it's in front of the musicians as a piece of music, they can follow that because they're sight reading and they know, and they can just play what they like. But man, great movement in that music. I love it, man.
It's funny how you get introduced to music. I was like more of a Van Halen, Zeppelin kind of guy. And it was actually my sister who introduced me to Metallica because they had done the music for this movie called My Name is Joe. And I think this name of the song was One. O-N-E, One.
Yep.
And she told me the whole story behind that song. And so I listened to them. I only know their popular stuff. I'm not a Metallica per se fan.
Well, you know what? 90% of the stuff is popular. That's the thing with them. They're you'll get a lot of albums from people in the past, and they'll get a hit single out of it, and the rest of these songs just
crap
fade off into obscurity. Metallica have quite an apt ability to make nearly a whole album of fantastic songs.
Remember when you got 45s and you liked the B side better than the
yeah.
A?
Yeah. Always used to like playing them at the wrong speed.
Yeah, 33. Paul is dead.
Follow our leader.
Well, to those of you under 40, I'm sorry you don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, man. I used to love that, and then you speed them up.
We used to have 33, 45, and 78.
Yeah.
Did they ever actually put a name to that plastic thing or the metal thing you had to put in the middle of the 45? Did it ever have a name? In order to make it play on your phonograph, which used to play the whole album, when you put the 45 in there, you had to put the plastic thing in the middle, the spacer.
I don't think I ever had to do that.
I don't remember that. That was a long time ago, though.
How the hell did you play a 45 record then?
No.
You know what I'm talking about, the small 45s, the singles.
Yeah.
How did you play it? We used to have to put the plastic piece in the middle of the phonograph in order to play the 45.
Never had to.
Well, what did you do when you took the album off? You put the album on with this tiny little hole.
Yeah.
Then when you take that album off and you put the 45 on with the huge 1-inch hole in the middle.
Didn't have a huge 1-inch hole.
Your 45s didn't have a 1-inch hole?
No.
They
You
did
know,
over
no. Okay. My grandmother had one, and she did have one with a larger hole, but it slipped over
picture of an American 45.
It slipped over that, but it was actually cut out because in the rubber bit underneath it was a cutout bit. It wasn't cut out; it was slightly raised, and that's where the 45 sat on. Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, that would do the same job as what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Does anybody know? My ex-girlfriend had a 1-inch hole. She was too big for you, huh? She was too much woman for you?
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Why is she your ex?
Yeah.
Oh, they call it a record adapter or a record insert. There it is. Son of a bitch. Man, I got to share this.
Okay, share that up, brother.
I can't believe you have led a life without these. You see these?
No, we never had them.
That's what we used to have to put inside the 45 in order to play it.
No,
I've
we
never
didn't.
seen those.
See, it's
Never.
called a 45 stereo adapter.
Yeah, no, it's just slipped on the turntable.
We're obviously a bit smarter over here with the Aussies with their records. We made the holes the same size as all the others.
Yeah, well, you didn't have that many bands to play, so
We had a few.
wasn't that big a deal over there.
Yeah.
Look at the description. It is
Well,
imaginatively called an adapter. You
Wow.
dumbass.
Holy hell, eh?
What that's
it
making those stupid shapes for? Why can't they just make a round one or something?
That'd be pretty, mate.
Because this made it adaptable. If the vinyl wasn't pressed perfectly, this would still fit in.
Okay.
Man, get some imagination.
A little bit of spring action in there.
Yeah, see that? A little bit of adjustability.
Going nowhere with you guys. I'm trying to educate you, and this is what I get.
We don't need to look. We don't need to look back, you know, because everything that came out was spot on. Didn't need adapters. Just fits.
Yeah, I've still got a pile of old albums, vinyl albums too, in the junk room there. Back in the late '60s to sort of mid '70s or so.
Oh shit! I've got NXS's Shabu Shabar.
Ah,
Great.
why
album.
did he kill himself?
I know, dude. No.
First album I ever bought was Alice's Restaurant by Arlo Guthrie.
I remember that.
The whole song was on one side. Yeah.
Epic.
Yeah.
Remember when Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young was popular, and then it was just Crosby, Stills, and Nash.
Yeah, because he wasn't so young anymore. Yeah.
Jefferson Airplane turned into Jefferson Starship. They were the first people to curse on national radio. Gracie Slick singing "Up Against the Wall," motherfucker. 1969. Jefferson Airplane.
I always remember the Doors, and them on what was his name? He used to be that big Tonight Show host. What's his name?
Carson? Johnny Carson or before
Carson,
him?
in the 60s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And the Doors. They were told not to sing.
That was before Carson. I know who. Yeah.
Ed. What's his name? Ed.
Ed Sullivan.
Ed Sullivan.
That's it, Pete.
Yeah. Now, he was told not to sing the line "Baby couldn't get much higher" because it was referencing marijuana and all that sort of shit. And then he made a point of going right up to the camera and singing "Baby couldn't get much higher." And he got arrested.
Didn't he? He refused to have Elvis on because he shook his hips too much.
Yeah. Don't need any.
Had that somewhere just recently that they, when he was on TV, they only filmed him sort of from the waist up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it offended everyone.
Yeah. And it was only 10 years after that music went wild with guys like Zeppelin and who we're all talking about now.
No one gave a shit after that. It was still very prim and proper, and rebellion was high on the cards. And then obviously during the Vietnam War, caused a lot of controversy worldwide.
Yeah.
Especially in America. People had something to say, and this is where Dylan got his big chance, because he had something to say. And I mean, in another time and a place, he would never have made it anywhere because
it's. Do you like that music? I don't like Dylan.
Yeah, my song with it. Yeah.
On an old road she went.
Oh God. They should have played that music over a loudspeaker. It would have sent the North Vietnamese back packing. Down through the Ho Chi Minh Trail. What a time that was. Total waste of time. That's what it was.
Yeah.
58,000 lives.
Mate, all through this, the fear of communism spreading. And that's basically what it was.
Well, it was a safe face for France. We took over from the French.
We did, yes.
Because we were stupid.
Yes, that's right. But America didn't want communism to infect.
Well, that's true, but the French didn't want to lose their Michigan rubber trees either. Michelin.
No, well, this is the thing. Absolutely, yeah. Oh, look, the whole thing was just a bloody political mess.
Political corporate game.
Yeah, and you know, and a lot of innocent people and a lot of people just died frivolously.
Yeah, you can't say for nothing, but you can say frivolously.
Yeah, I was lucky back then because they had the draft in for the army to go to Vietnam. Back then, they drew out the people by birth date.
Yeah,
and I was 18 at the time, and I missed out, fortunately. But my brother got called up. He was over in Vietnam for a while.
my brother Stephen wouldn't finish.
But he wasn't involved in the action. He was in doing clerical work for the medical corps, like a radar O'Reilly and MASH.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's doing that sort of job.
My brother Stephen was positive he was going to be called, so he went and enlisted before his number. Well, because if you enlist, you get to pick your MOS, military occupational specialty,
Okay.
like Peter's talking about.
Mm.
And you could possibly not be an 09, 0311, which is a man carrying a rifle, front lines.
Yeah.
But at that time, there was somebody from everybody's town who died. I come from a small town of 100,000, and we have our plaques to those who died in Vietnam. I mean,
It's terrible stuff, mate. Terrible stuff. Even to the point of, I think it may have even been Khe Sanh. I'm not too sure. It was an airfield or something. The Americans defended for 12 odd months, and a lot of people died because they were on the lower level. Obviously, Viet Cong was at the top, and they were mortaring everything.
Well,
Everything.
no, Khe Sanh was a hill.
Okay,
And
it must have been something else then.
It was-
That was too. Sorry, yeah.
But you're
They-
right. Like Phu Duc and all that, Nam Pan, all those things around there, those were all hilltops that we would fight on, lose men left and right, and then the next day move to another place,
Yeah. Hey.
and then have to come back and retake that hill. Who the
That's
fuck is running this thing?
Yeah. Well, there was that place I'm talking about. It was an airfield, I think, at some point, and they were defending. Anyway, all that shit coming in. There you go.
I've got 30 tapes. It goes by year.
Wow.
Each VHS tape goes by year. It starts in 1959 when we sent over the CIA as advisors. Because you don't want to say you're in a war. And then you've got the war in Cambodia and Laos that we were never in.
Yeah.
We never went there.
Yeah, weird stuff, eh? What a crazy time. Time. Because we just come out of World War II. Then you just come out of the Korean War. And then from the Korean War, you had the Cold War. And, the place was unstable, for 30 odd years.
That Bay of Pigs was real. We were almost at war. That was for real. You hear the stories about that. When you watch the Kennedy tapes, when you hear the voices, because they recorded in the White House,
Yeah.
in the Oval Office. Holy shit, man! Between him and Robert Kennedy, they were a minute and a half from going after Khrushchev. That would have been the end of the world.
It would have too, We know the devastation of nuclear war, and anyone who starts some sort of nuclear war is just on it's a road to nowhere.
Yeah.
And retaliation is a road to nowhere. It's just an annihilation of the human race. You can't do this. It can't happen, man.
Well, that's when Reagan came out with the Star Wars program. The idea was not to make more bombs, just to shoot the ones that are coming at you down.
Yeah, that's right.
Even if you did that, I'm saying to myself, aren't you still exploding that bomb in the sky?
This is it. You're still releasing all that crud.
Yeah.
it's just not hitting its target. You know, and when it comes to nuclear, I mean, that cloud can travel globally. You know, the world really isn't a massive place.
No.
You know, it doesn't take much to. You just got to look at volcano eruptions and how far those clouds travel. You got to look at the smoke from the bushfires here in Australia. Where did that cloud travel? All over South America.
Yep.
You know, for God's sake. You know, nuclear explosions, radiation, all that sort of thing is no different. It just follow the air currents, man. There's no controlling it, and you know, everyone will suffer from that shit.
Things like that should be wake-up calls. You know what I mean?
Well, that's
Gee,
right.
if I'm getting the smoke from Australia, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. That's
How
right.
rough would it be?
Yeah, and this is the thing. This is the thing when it comes to nuclear testing and things like that. Oh, it's away from anyone. No one's going to get hurt. Really?
They didn't know. Yeah, they didn't know.
Yeah.
We
I
used
don't
to do them right here in Nevada. We used to blow them up in Nevada.
That's right. We had one in Australia here too. It's still
the Maralinga or somewhere, Maralinga in South Australia.
yeah, out in the desert there,
Yeah.
near the Nullarbor.
And
When I was
France used to blow up the Pacific Islands.
Yeah.
Loved that,
Yeah.
didn't they?
Uh,
Don't give a shit. They'd be dropping nukes everywhere out there. God damn. Man. When I used to drive the train out on the Nullarbor, we used to take a train out there called the Tea and Sugar, and that used to supply all the food and drinks and what have you for the security guards who were working at Maralinga. So they'd come out from Maralinga, they'd grab all the shit, load up the trucks, and they'd piss off back to the nuclear zone. Crazy stuff, man.
And they cover up so much.
Of course, we don't know
Like
what goes.
how many died from the radiation sickness? Did they know it was radiation sickness?
Yeah.
Who knows? We know they were stupid back then.
Yeah. And you know what? In all honesty, we're no smarter now, mate. You know, people are people. They just go about it a different way now.
No, now they go about it monetarily.
That's right. Yeah. You'll get stuffed.
Well, we don't want to know how much China owns of the United States, real estate wise.
This is the thing. They're doing it in the whole world, mate. They're doing it here.
That DJI money is taking over the world. They built their own island off of Vietnam. They built an island for a naval base.
That's right, man. They're taking over that area. It's yeah. Look, man, they're starting to, and then they're putting restrictions on what can go past their island.
Exactly.
In international waters.
Yep.
Huh? What?
They actually had a run-in with a U.S. naval ship.
There you go. There you go. They built an island. All of a sudden, oh, this is China's now. You can't come here. What? It's been international waters since Pirate Pete. And no offense, Peter.
Yeah, that shit ain't gonna fly.
You know, God damn it.
We got the same thing going on north of Alaska because it doesn't freeze anymore. Everybody wants the oil rights to dig into the ocean floor.
There you go. There you go. All of a sudden, oh yeah, we've wanted that for years. I tell you what, stick to drone flying. Go punch anyone out who wants to introduce remote ID.
Kenny wants to know if we've been to Coober Pedy.
Sure have.
Yeah, I've been there a couple of times.
Spent quite a bit of time out at Cooper.
Oh, that's it, guys.
That's a real hole in the ground there.
It is. People live under the ground there.
What do you mean?
It's an opal area.
Yeah, it's full of holes, underground opal mining.
Oh.
And the main thing to remember in Cooper Pedy is never go walking anywhere you don't know at night time. Because you'll end up down a 400-foot shaft and no one will ever find you.
For real?
Yeah, dude. There's holes everywhere.
Drive up the main highway, then you look over the side, there's just mounds of dirt everywhere, as far as you can see, where they've been digging these mine shafts.
Nobody kicks the dirt back in?
No.
Holy shit.
Bloody big hole. Do you know what? I was in a place called Tarcoola, and this is when I was driving trains, and we were changing crews there. So we spent about 24 hours at this place called Tarcoola. Now, behind Tarcoola, the town itself is old Tarcoola. So there's all these old derelict houses and all sorts of shit. Anyway, I'm walking around with me mate. You know, we're walking. Oh, look at this. Oh, bloody hell, this is awesome. And my mate goes, geez, I need a shit. Right? So there was an outdoor dunny in this old town. So he goes, okay, no, I'll just go in here and do a shit. And I say, yeah, no worries, mate. So I'm waiting down here, and he's sitting on there, and you hear this wood creaking and cracking. He comes out, and I'm looking around. I'm going, fuck, dude, let's have a look around there. Just drop something down this fucking toilet. Anyway, they'd built this toilet over a mine shaft. Now, he was doing a shit on probably 200-300 foot drop of this old wooden floor that was creaking and moaning. He could have gone straight to that floor, man. The worst part of that is he would have actually landed in someone's shit, but it would have been gone. The end of him, mate.
How was that not the worst part of it? Me looking down and saying, well, you're fucked now, buddy. I can't help you.
I wouldn't like to die in a pile of shit.
Mine shaft or no mine shaft, I'm not dying in a pile of shit. Is that what you're saying?
I want to hit my head on the way down, please.
Draw a line at the pile of shit. The shaft was nothing to you. That pile of shit at the bottom was the end.
The worst of it would be if the shit pile was that high that he actually survived the fall, and you could see the little white dot. And you're laying in a pile of shit.
Fuck now.
Make a toilet paper rope. Yeah, scary, eh?
And you've got the toilet paper
Shortage. You stuffed.
Yeah, I remember back in 1968, that was my last year at high school, we went on a school trip from Melbourne we went up to Alice Springs in a bus. And that was all sort of Port Augusta onwards, the road was all dirt then. And we had to camp overnight at Coober Pedy. We went to their camping ground. And the ground there, we got the tents out, went to put the tents up. The ground is so hard, you couldn't hammer the pegs into it.
Wow.
To hold the tent up.
Yeah, dude, absolutely.
We ended up tying the ropes to sort of boxes of tin food and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, hey.
But I think the tent ended up falling over anyway. But the ground is just so hard.
Yeah.
You didn't have cots back then, did you?
Sorry?
You didn't have cots back then, because I remember when we used to go camping, we laid on the ground. You know what I mean? Like cots, because if it was so hard that you couldn't get a peg into it, that had to be some hard ass sleeping.
Oh, I think we had like air mattresses or something like that, but we put the tent up, just for shelter. I think that was the whole idea of it. But yeah, that was
we
a fun
used to just have a sleeping peg.
Yeah.
You keep the mozzies off you somehow out there, mate.
Yeah.
I eat you alive.
A lot of flies, don't
Oh, yeah, not so much at night time. During the day there is. But yeah, at night time pretty good. The only thing you got to watch at night time are the sandflies and the mozzies. They're shocking. And if you react to them like I do with sandflies, man,
Yeah.
I come up in welts all over me. And when I was flying with Ari last week, it's the first time I've ever asked a bloke to rub my arm, because I was flying and I could feel the sandflies underneath me and biting me. I said, Ari, run your hand under there, will you, mate? And it was like this, and all these sandflies pop off.
Mm.
Oh, jeez, I tell you.
Small little bastards.
Yeah, mate, yeah. And they actually break your skin and they piss in it.
Mm.
It's irritating. But if you can put up with the irritation, you can get some stoppage or something, you rub it on there, it gets rid of it. But if you can put up with the irritation, don't scratch it, because once you scratch it, it spreads and it goes all under the skin, and it just turns into a big fucking open hole sometimes, Fucking things. You got to resist the urge, man. That's itchy as all shit. Hate it.
All kinds of shit. Like, you heard of sand fleas?
Yeah. Are they similar to sandflies?
Yeah, you can't see them; they're so tiny.
Okay. Oh, all right. Yeah, you can see sandflies. Yeah.
They get in your ears and all that shit. I remember. Oh, yeah.
Ugh.
Oh my God. What the hell is this? 4.5 hours we've been on here.
Oh shit! We have to. Oh, we still got 10 people here. Are you kidding me? Who are you talking
Crazy
so
bastard.
much crap?
They're as crazy as we are.
I think so. What a fantastic bunch, though. What a fantastic bunch. Tell you what. Good on you for sticking in, eh?
Again, we say to ourselves, what the hell did we talk about that lasted, right?
Exactly right. And when we look back, it's just one after the other of crud, bullshit, crap, something good, crud, bullshit, crap, something good.
It's like, what don't we talk about?
Talk about everything. And you know what? Very rarely is repeated any week. You know?
Yeah, that's right.
Repeated doesn't say anything. But
I've contributed a bit tonight, I thought, or today.
You have. You've done extremely well tonight, Peter.
Thank you.
You've picked up a hole here where Adrian would normally be. Geez, he looked knackered tonight, didn't he?
Yeah.
Ah, damn.
He's tired.
LD has got a good music history lesson. There you go, eh?
God, you get on music, you can talk forever. You know, your influences, I remember I heard this song. I turned on the stereo. I heard the song. It was 17 minutes long. And I'm like, who the hell is it? Fortunately, it was cassette tape days, but I hit record. It's one of those cheap stereos, you know. And I couldn't find out who the band was for the life of me, Peter. And it took me so long to find out that it was Todd Rundgren.
Oh.
It was just one of those songs that went from peak to valley. It was so good. And it wasn't slam rock and roll. You know, he did you remember him? Hello, it's me. I've thought about it for a long, long time. Nothing like that. It was a rock jam.
Dude,
was he involved with Meatloaf? Todd
Rundgren, did he?
I don't know. I think
Meatloaf had some epic stuff back then when he was what's his face?
What an album.
Can't remember. I'll tell you what, mate.
Bad Out of Hell, got one.
Hey?
Bad Out of Hell there.
Yeah.
Meatloaf
Bad Out of Hell album. Fantastic album. Great album.
That's like Peter Frampton. As far as I'm concerned, he only had one album. Frampton Comes Alive.
Yeah. Well, Meatloaf have another one later, but really didn't get into that. But I'll tell you now, Jim, if you want to have a look and see if you can pop it up, maybe on YouTube or whatever, but a song you're talking about ups and downs and all that, a song called Evie by an Australian singer, Stevie Wright.
Yeah.
I love that song, man. There's 3 parts to it.
What's her name?
Stevie Wright, Evie.
Evie by Stevie Wright. Yeah, it's there. It's on YouTube.
There you go. Yep. If you can, have a listen to it through some speakers, pump it up, have a good listen. There's different parts to it. Obviously, 3 different parts, sorry. Evie 1, 2, and 3. And they're all joined together. So it was an epic type thing. Some radio stations only play the first one, some play the second.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they just sort of start it. But it should be played in entirety, I think. The whole song just is beautiful. The start, the middle, and the end. Yes, Thomas. Yes.
Dumbass.
What band was Stevie Wright in? What was he? Was in the
Stevie Wright band.
It's called Stevie Wright. Yeah.
Wasn't he in some other band as well back in the early days there, back in the early 70s?
I think you might be right. I'm not too sure who it was.
Yeah.
That rings a bell. Yeah. I've only
You're right. Parts 1, 2, and 3.
I'll Google it.
It's great, man. It's worth a listen anyway. Yeah.
Oh. To see a rock and roll band.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he was involved with the Easy Beats.
There you go. There you go. The bloody Easy Beats. Oh,
Good
my
old Google.
Oh my god, I'm going to listen to that after this. We should piss off. I guess it's like 4 hours 40.
I think we should do.
Lifelong done. Oh, it's getting worse.
Oh my god, it's almost 4 in the morning.
Well, you still got another 2 hours before you go to bed.
Yeah.
You've only got 4 hours. You got to be joining Rodney, mate. Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, I've got to make it to Lynn, mate. For what do we got? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is he still going on 11 o'clock our time or 12 o'clock your time, or has it come back again?
Should be a little bit. I think the sunrises are getting earlier now, so maybe sort of 10:30 your time, 11:30 my time.
When does that change, Peter?
What?
Does that change tonight?
You should know. You live there. Yeah, it does, I think. Yeah.
I don't pay attention to that shit.
Ours doesn't change till early April.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I let the computer tell me what time it is. And even then, I don't care.
It's go by the body clock, mate. If you
Well, it's like, people. I hate people who have to be on time for everything. Be on time for the doctor's office. Why? So I can sit there for a fucking hour?
Yeah, because they're running late 2 hours, and you're going to be there for 4 hours now instead of 1. Yeah.
I go late, fashionably late, 10, 15 minutes. And then by the time they're ready for me, I'm in.
Oh, what's this? You missed the SpaceX launch being on with these guys.
No, I can hear them right in the front yard here.
Oh, there you go.
This is more entertaining anyway.
Well, they do them every week now. They're putting up all the satellites.
Okay.
God damn.
It's a Starlink system. And then the other company, the guy from Tesla, he's putting up an internet. It's going to be like WorldNet.
Of course. 5G. 5G will it be? Ready to radiate everybody? That'll be fantastic.
I don't think we can get it.
You better go and grab a few hours sleep now, I think.
You gonna grab a couple, mate? I'm gonna have some lunch. Oh, getting a bit hungry.
It's almost dinner time for me. It's nearly 5 o'clock.
We'll crack that bottle of red out there.
Haven't got any red at the moment.
Beautiful thing. Nice
Red,
space.
white, and blue. Is that what you do? That was, what were you saying, Matt? You prefer the Merlot?
Yes, the Merlot is my palate of choice.
Okay, Chablis.
I'm a Shiraz guy myself.
He likes the sharp and bitey. I
Yeah.
like the I like the more mellow Merlot. Even a Cab Merlot, that's nice too.
Now, do you chill that or no?
No.
Oh.
Red, no. White, yes. There's a sort of general sort of rule.
Yeah, red's leave it alone unless it's Portuguese red.
You don't like that. That's Manuel, Faulty Towers.
Reckon freeze that shit.
He was Spanish from Barcelona.
Oh dear. Pinot Noir. Oh yes. Yeah, man.
Hang on.
There's an alarm. Wouldn't be anyone ringing me.
Proving once again.
What are those standards? Hello. Sorry, I'm in the middle of a live stream here. I'm entertaining the world. I'll have to take a call later.
We are the world. We are the children.
That song.
Remember that? Oh, did they milk that son of a bitch?
Did they what?
What was that aid? Remember when they used to do all that aid, farm aid, and
Oh yeah, Live Aid, Farm Aid, freaking God Aid. Oh God.
did they help any farms? I don't
know about the farms, mate. I'm not too sure if that went too far out of the US. there was Live Aid took it was over the world. It was stages in the US and stages in Europe and all that sort of shit, and it was going from one to the other. So it was a worldwide thing. That Farm Aid, I'm not too sure whether it went outside the US or not. Don't know.
Was that Live Aid? Was that for AIDS?
No, that was for the starving South Africans.
Okay.
And that's where Queen took over the whole show, and no one wanted to follow him. He just had him in the palm of his hands, old Mercury, as he does with stadiums. They were well and truly versed in stadium performances by then, because they did Brazil on a couple of occasions, and they're talking massive stadiums, shows and all that. So they'd had a lot of practice at dealing with a lot of people, and everyone in that stadium was doing the same thing. They had them all, and they were very smart with the way they did songs. Like "We Will Rock You." They had songs that would follow, boom, 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 boom. Simple as shit.
Yeah.
People loved it. Unreal.
Then they followed it right up with "We Are the Champions."
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And they got everyone in too. Fuck yeah, we are. Yeah.
What a hook! Yeah, quite the hook.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, very one. Timeless Truths.
Timeless Truths had enough. Yep, said he's off.
Too, but I can't believe everyone's still here. It's so early in the morning for you boys over there. Thanks for popping in.
I can't believe we're here either.
No, although it's not unusual. It's not unusual for us to go.
You gotta do that after.
You do. It's like a Sheldon moment. You have to finish it. Yeah, man.
All right, let's call it.
Yeah, let's do this.
Good idea, I think.
All right. Thanks very much again, guys. Awesome. Thanks for sticking around.
Peace out.
Peace out, brother.
No.
Thanks, everyone in the chat again.
No, well, thanks for having us on again, Matt. It's very enjoyable as always.
Absolutely, my man.
I'll probably see you around at Rodney's place maybe later on.
Yes.
If he feels like going on, I wouldn't. Yeah.
I'll be mighty pissed if I stay up and he doesn't feel like it.
Just had a major operation. Got to give him some leeway.
Give him some leeway there, I think. Yeah. We'll let him off. Yeah. All right. Thanks very much, Pete.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll catch you later.
No worries. Take care.
Bye to everyone in chat.
Thanks everyone again. Chat. Kenny, come back from the dead there, mate. Are you still in the shit or what? Come on, dude. Steve Carpenter, Thomas Drew's gone. Al Diaz, man, I can't believe these people are hanging around. Awesome. Thomas O'Sullivan, thank you very much. Awesome day. I'm starting to get a bit of a dry throaty. I'm going to have to go have a beer, I think. So thanks very much once again for popping in and spending your Friday night, Saturday morning, whatever the case may be. And hopefully we'll see you all again next week for another enthralling installment of the catch-up we have here. All right, well, take care, everybody. Thanks so much again for popping through, and I'll catch you soon. See you later.